Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. After all this time, we are back with VCT PH. I'm excited, you're excited, and we are all getting hyped for another amazing season of Philippine action. Welcome one and all. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And come on, man, it's finally time to get things going. Unexpected, honestly. This weekend already, we're kicking things off hot with VCT.
Yeah, I can see you have a very, very tropical disposition there, Dax. I'm sure you're enjoying wherever you are at the moment, but we are all here back at the VCT PH on the new channel. Of course, if you're watching us on the English broadcast, you might see that we're in a bit of a new home, but we're all still here right where we belong. And this time, we're broadcasting the Open Qualifiers. For once, finally,
For
Dax.
once. We've always been talking about it. Maybe this time we're gonna show off the Open Qualifiers. And lo and behold, this beautiful year 2023, we are gonna be getting ready to, of course, 4 slots up for grabs. A little bit of a reminder, guys. We have 4 teams already invited, if I remember correctly. That's Naos, you got Oasis, SR Nakage, as well as Action PH, awaiting some of the teams that will come online this week. But for today, we're going to be kicking things off with the upper bracket to get the first 2 teams up and running. And tomorrow, the lower bracket instead for those final 2 slots. And if you really want to make your name in the APAC scene, well, it starts here at VCT PH.
Oh, definitely. So this is only the beginning for the road for these teams that we got here up on today. As we talked about Open Qualifiers, we can give us a very different look to what we're used to. Typically, you know, ones that we do see when it comes to the VCT broadcast for the Philippines are ones that have already been tested, but we're actually going to see some of the teams mid-test, right, to see what which ones will basically pull this whole shebang off. Opening 2 games of the day. Actually, we only got 2 series of the day, but before that, we got some stuff for you guys. Look there to your lower left. You should probably see that QR. Read all that out. Grab unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy great free delivery every day. Wow, that's every day.
Yeah.
Subscribe. Grab unlimited. Guys, you know what to do.
Yeah, come on. If you scroll out now, it's only 9 pesos on your first month. Actually, here, Black and Blue, I've done that before. I've checked out Grab Unlimited, and not gonna lie, some great savings there, guys. So if you already want to get your fix on for some great food, check out Grab Unlimited. Thank you so much to our official sponsor. And last but not least, tournament, of course, officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. But hey, we have quite a few teams to talk about for today and tomorrow. And in all honesty, we don't usually do this, but we get to kind of talk about these, let's say, small fish in such a big pond. These teams that we might know some of these individuals, but as a roster, they're still relatively unknown, making their waves, making their names through the local tournaments that we have seen all throughout these weeks. Familiar faces to us, yes, but here in VCT, it's a completely different battlefield. And honestly, man, it feels like it's a completely different feeling when you're in the official circuit.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think that's the story of a lot of the teams we're going to see here on this weekend, right during the Open Qualifiers. Some familiar names from maybe perhaps formerly familiar teams that existed, but now under new rosters entirely. And for the most part, that's exactly what you have a team here on one of the first teams that we got up, like, for example, Sanguine Rebels Dragons. You got some players from some notable teams, which we'll expand upon later on when we do go into the head-to-head between these two teams to start things off. But yeah, they're going up against Puggers, as we might have, actually we've never mentioned just yet, but yeah, that's basically the story of this. Players rather, who kind of encompass different values here of the VCT, who have also been part of the VCT for so long, but now under new names as we're moving into a new circuit, a new format coming into this year. I think we can only be excited for what's to come.
I'm very excited. Come on, when you're in the Open Qualifiers, you get some spicy names like Puggers right now, and that's exactly what we're kicking off with. Puggers versus Sanguine Rebel Dragons. I think we can talk about a little bit more about Sanguine Rebels Dragons because these guys have been one of those, I'd say, mid-level to top-level teams in the PH scene. It has been quite a shuffle. Let's not forget, Team Secret is in the franchise right now, so there's a lot of room here in the VCT leagues, basically, to see who is going to be that top one spot. And Sanguine Rebels Dragons, from what I have seen from them so far in their local stage, they've made it into a few notable tournaments all throughout the year, making it to quite some great positioning, especially in the year-ender we've seen in this side of the pond. I remember they make it to like 4th place, they make it into the top 8, and Sanguine Rebels Dragons, they have this level of consistency that you don't usually get with these Open Qualifier teams, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and it really is one of the few, I think, outliers of teams that you really do see kind of be like, have some sort of proven, if not success, at least tenure in the scene. You know, you got players there like Gabby Dees, who we know was formerly of that Filipino talent roster. You know, you got a bunch of other players as well who do have a bit of, you know, VCT experience, like S1000 when he was with SB Empire in the past. And you're looking at a bunch of players here like Realist as well, who also has VCT experience. Those type of things are basically kind of just factors you cannot really outweigh with anything else more than basic experience, because experience triumphs all when it comes in these open qualifiers. To know what to do under pressure, you're kind of playing against single elims sometimes when you're not in the top 8 just yet, you know, earlier on in the bracket. So it really matters a lot, and for a team like them to get this far, I think it's pretty much kind of one of the teams that we are almost expecting to make it out of this.
Yeah, and when I look at these rosters right now, I check out Puggers on the other side. There are some familiar names perhaps to me. I believe Chongi Wee was of that Ader roster way back when they made it to that top 8. They made it into the bracket stage of VCT. Scripts and all, if I remember correctly, outplay Uprising for quite a while, and they're gonna see Kuya Yaoi on the other side, which is on Sanguine Rebels Dragons. So there is that familiarity just in this lobby alone, but only one can make it through the upper bracket. And being in the upper bracket, it's pretty simple, Black and Blue. They have been undefeated in the Open Qualifiers so far, but only one can move past this. And from what I've seen so far in their history too, I think for Puggers, it was a very interesting matchup before this. They played off against a team called Yodi Gang, and they had a few notable members like Chowdy and Arkiza in that one too. So you can really see that these teams that have a few veterans of VCT in them, it does give them a bit of a boost to move forward past some of the other teams we've seen through the Open Qualifier.
I mean, if you want to talk about, you know, some of their former teams, let me give you this. Sanol and Script, they were on a team called Mines T. at one point. Yeah. Curious.
I wonder who's
Curious.
organizing the tournament too.
I know, right? That's very, very curious. But you talked about it, Dax, as we've been kind of expounding upon, having that veterancy under your roster is going to be a very big thing, especially for some of the newer players that we are seeing here. Some of, maybe if not new, less experienced or less accomplished, coming into this. That's going to be a very big thing to have that leadership value. And of course, as we talked about, the experience to be able to know that they can triumph this as they have in the past.
Yeah, and every single one of these teams have been relentless in their pursuits to move forward. They have just been keeping up the standard to increase really the potential they've had in the first place. And what I've noticed so far in the PH scene, it's really that strive to be the best in the local ecosystem, to be that top 1 PH team, to be that one to represent moving forward into APAC. And when it kind of comes down to it, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword for me, because yes, you are able to prove yourself here in the Philippine side, but what about in Asia Pacific later on? And I think that's the question moving forward here for these PH teams, for these teams from the open qualifiers. Can they take that next step over the competition and beyond what is the standard here in the Philippines so far? Who can innovate in these next few weeks to be the best in the PH scene?
Well, there are some players here playing the open qualifiers who have had that title in the past. Our second series of the day will be between Athens Apollo and Sky Encore. And some of those players that we have seen as we're looking at the schedule right now, especially on that latter roster, well, they have done quite a bit in the past year. We're looking at Athens Apollo perhaps to maybe show something up too.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting that. Actually, the second matchup, there are even more familiar faces that we've seen in VCT so far. Look at Sky Encore especially. You have like Rabbit, Disrupt, Kelly SRU, and Eugene S. Those names have been around VCT for quite a while in the tournament scene, but that is for later on. Right now, the proof needs to be in the pudding for both Puggers as well as Sanguine Rebels Dragons. And we were talking about it a while ago. I think for SR Dragons right now, it is that next step for them. They're the ones who are, I'd say, in terms of the recent tournament history, in a good position to make it from the open qualifiers to the group stage itself. And we've been talking about the talent they have. I really am curious though. You look at someone like S1000, who's notable for playing something like the Jet, but lately he's been playing the Sentinel role instead. You have Gabby Diz, of course, who has been potent on that initiator role ever since he was in that, I'd say that Grand Sky roster. He was even in Talon at one point. So it really goes to show that these journeymen have found a team that suits them. But is it gonna be enough moving forward? Do they have enough staying power to keep the pedal to metal and go over Puggers here for San Miguel's Dragons? Or will Puggers be the one to bring the surprise and catch Dragons to extinction?
I mean, they were doing pretty well, as you talked about, during the end of last year. The last tournament that they played before this open qualifier, they were taken out by one of the grand finalists of that tournament, playing in this one, SR Nakag. So it's very, I think, a curious case for them to be starting this year here immediately going in. We're only in January exactly, and it's already a very, very big test for the entire year basically for them. This is a start, but it could also be a bitter end if they're not going to play to the exact heights that we know that they can, as they were starting to kind of almost find a bit more, I guess, firm footing near the end of the last year. As we talked about, they were able to play some teams though with some players that we might know, as their previous matchup here between Zeno, as you talked about, they had Dre, who was also a former teammate of Gabby D's on that Talon roster, the Filipino one, obviously before everything happened coming into the year. So there is a lot of, I guess, somewhat very recent proven times for them, but it's going to be about the moving forward times, because we know these teams like Sanguine Rebels Dragons, we know teams there like, as we talked about, as we're actually touching upon a while ago, Sky Encore, they can make it out of the open qualifiers. We're expecting that by any means. They're probably the favorites of their own respective series, but can they do it finally against the top 4 when we go on over to the playoffs?
Yeah, come on. The open qualifiers, anything can happen. It is quite a spicy time. But just to hammer down that point you've been making, Sanguine Rebels Dragons, I look at their match history so far in bigger community tournaments here in the Philippines. And what I've noticed is they've really only taken losses to teams that have been directly invited. Losses against Oasis Gaming, losses against SR Nakage, as you mentioned before. So does that mean that Sangre Double Dragons is at that level of caliber of play? Will they be able to make it over the Puggers right now? Or as we've been saying, Puggers, who's been surprising teams like Yodigang, like Mines T, can they move into a position of power and a position to make it to that top 8? What really interests me though, Black and Blue, is when you have a team name like Puggers,
Yeah.
who's gonna pick them up moving into the top 8, right? Those are the
You
kind of
would never
teams,
know.
Those are the kind of teams that's like, hey guys, any sponsorships? Anyone want to help us out here? Any boot camps?
You'd be surprised,
You'd be
Dax. I mean,
surprised.
I remember back in, what was it, like stage 2, when we had a team called Uwu in APAC, and they found a team, they found an organization, and that's one of my favorite parts about the Open Qualifiers. You get to see a lot of the much lesser known talent in the region. You get to see especially the much lesser known team names that are very entertaining, and you get to finally scout out, what exactly this whole circuit is about. It's about these players who are, grinding their way every day to try and get better, to try and get noticed, like their Lotties who are up above, who are known worldwide, who are on big organizations. That's a dream. The dream that every player we have in this circuit is playing, the dream that thousands of players who play Valorant are hoping for, and we get to see that very prospect here today, finally in the Open Qualifiers.
Yeah, that's very much true. And we look at that top 4 right now, in all honesty. I look at the Action PH roster, it's just like, these guys weren't signed a while ago. And then suddenly, APH is back, baby. And,
Yep.
well, we're going to be able to tackle that, of course, into next week. A lot of topics, really, of conversation with the top 4 we have right now and the Open Qualifier 4 we will get very, very soon. But while we have a bit of time here, Mr. Black and Blue, what do you think about this year? Because we have, of course, the VCT PH program still. We're going to be going through some stages. We're going to go through a group stage. We're going to be here for weeks, actually. And, of course, there's
Yeah.
going to be franchising. We have Team Secret to represent the Philippines and whoever is able to make it through Ascension. So, any thoughts right now of how the Philippines will look this year in Valorant?
It's going to be difficult. I think this is possibly going to be the most difficult year for the Philippines when it comes to the VCT, and this is not to dissuade any Filipino players from continuing, but for them to work harder, because this is going to be, I think, by far our most difficult year. By all shots, year 1 was a almost half miracle for us, for the Philippine scene to have this type of support, right? For FPS, very uncommonly seen that we do see in our scene. It grows even more exponentially in the year number 2. We saw so much more support and so much more structure, which is typically lacking in our scene by far, especially for an FPS here when it comes to esports. But coming to year 3, it's a hard reset. Lots of teams looking for players, lots of players looking for teams, and none of them really gelling as I think the peak potential could quite be. I mean, you look at our invited teams, and a lot of them haven't been together for too long, so you can't really expect too much just yet in terms of maybe strats or anything too deep to be made, but you're definitely going to expect them to try their best, I'm sure. But I think it's going to be pretty difficult, but we have to go through it to weigh the waters, because in the end, I think moving on after, maybe some time, we can come back again and be strong.
Yeah, like, let's look at the regional stage. We know that the MYSG is looking good. We know that Thailand's looking good. We know that Indonesia's looking good. So we're just trying to find a bit of our footing, and, well, coming back into our local stage is the best way to do so. Prop up one of these teams to make it through everyone else, to make it to the region, and perhaps we can get even more PH representation into franchising and beyond the year for international competition. But it all starts
Hey, we got some in RRQ.
in the
to be fair.
grassroots. That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. The half and half squad. But that's a topic for another. It's really interesting. We have one of those kind of teams. But hey,
Yeah.
I'm surprised though. We don't actually do that here. If you notice, from history of VCTPH, I know
did.
there are some teams that they get maybe even one import. But what happens rather is we're the ones exporting talent. We've seen some major talent move over to South Asia from the Philippine scene. But it's never been the other way around as of yet, no. We believe in the PH
The only
squads.
team that comes to mind was that Enigma Galaxy squad, right?
Yeah, that was the only one, the NGX
The only one.
Because they had Crazy Guy
And
Zespew, so one from Singapore, one from Vietnam. Beyond that, yeah, RQ got flipped. They had a lot of PH guys, and now they have a bunch of Indonesia guys too, who are amazing. So
Like half.
half and half.
3 for 3. So.
It's something,
Cheers.
that's for sure. And here we go. We're gonna start things off with Breeze. Woo! I haven't seen Breeze in a while, that's for sure. And we got Sam.
I don't think anyone's gonna be seeing Breeze for a while.
No, exactly. It's like I think I saw it once on Swift Play, but beyond that, we're gonna see it here. Open qualifiers. I don't believe we still have Lotus as of yet, and instead we're gonna be getting SRD versus Puggers in just a bit. Cypher though brought out by Chongi. You're gonna see double initiator here for both sides. Actually, triple initiator for SR Dragons. And matchup I'm looking forward. Kuyawi and Welcome Water both on the Jets this time around.
All right, Breeze. We've yet to see Puggers play on Breeze, but we did see SRD, the Dragons, play it twice near the end of last year. Neither of them really faltering. They were playing it pretty well. Composition-wise, only real difference here, I think, are the Sentinels that they're bringing on in. Now, no more Chamber for them to be playing on. As you said, the Cypher has been the key so far on Breeze.
Yeah, it's quite a pest to be in the first place, especially if you know setups towards that B site. It is quite nigh unbeatable, especially with I'd say the changes that you yourself, Black and Blue, have been enjoying every single time we would play this game. Abusing. I mean, what's one word to put it on? But beyond that, Triple Initiator is looking very interesting. There's a lot of intel possibilities on a map this wide open. You can get so much value just cycling those utilities and finding the right timing to strike with.
Yeah, I honestly, who are the 3 initiators? I honestly didn't catch it. I was kind of looking at the stats during that moment.
It was Sova, Sky, and KO. So
KO.
all intel,
Okay.
all intel, man.
I think it works. I mean, they're all 3 pretty good agents on this map. Did they have a duelist? No, they didn't, right?
They did. Both have Jets.
Really?
Yeah.
That
it's a
is
very aggressive roster, and
that is curious.
We're getting a bit of
you have
info
no
here, actually.
Sentinel in that case.
You don't need that.
Damn.
You just need to go aggressive. That's
no
the
traps.
state. That's the state
Okay.
of play here. Traps on one side, the other
If that
doesn't.
is the case, Dax, you still have at least, I think, something to play off of, right? What does a Sentinel give you that no other agent gives you? It's passive information gathering, not active ones. In this case, they don't have any passive information gathering, which means they don't have any traps that they can set there and leave, and it will make a sound, make a noise, alert them to any passing intruders. In this case, that means they're gonna have to be active on their information gathering. You got the KO knives, the birds, the dogs, the dart, the drone, the everything you got. But you better make sure you can find proper timings and know how to shuffle these, because some of them are on cooldown, yes, and those are the ones that you're going to have to know when to shuffle and how long in between you use either utility on the defensive side, so you aren't going to be kept guessing every time.
Yeah, they have a bunch of cycles, that's for sure. And if they are able to just play off each other's cooldowns, it can just be either that retake central or a quick execute when the rotations happen in the first place. I do have a bit of information though while we're waiting to get this game started here, my friend. And our map picks right now, we have Breeze, and then we're going to Haven. And if we need Decider, it will be Ascent. Like, we got confirmation that Lotus isn't a part of the map pool as of yet. We still got Bind, we still got Breeze, and I don't think we have Splits available as of now. This is the Puggers map pick though, and if I remember correctly, they're the ones who have brought out that Cypher. So it'll be pretty interesting because it does seem like them starting on the attack rather than the defense might not be bringing out the fullest potential of the Cypher, but at least it's really strong against the lurks, against the rotations that SRD can do in the first place. But beyond that, well, it's really anyone's game by this point. You have those 2 Jets, and they're going to be clashing head-on very soon.
I think it's going to be very difficult, if anything, for Decipher to try and find some value if it ever does go on over to that second half with a decent amount of scoreline for either side, that they can play out the decent amount of rounds on the defense for Puggers, because having all those initiators, like, for one, you got the KO. If you get suppressed, everything's down, and as a Cypher, a lot of times you might be playing in a committed position to be able to try and, play off one of your traps or one of your one-way cages, but that's not going to be the case if a suppress hits you. But there's also so much more information gathering on the opposing side here for the Dragons that it's going to be just one hell of a time to try and be able to dodge and weave through all of that.
Yeah, and I'm just interested to see why Puggers actually chose this map in the first place. Why they went for Breeze when they haven't really played it as of yet. here in the open qualifiers, or at least in some of the recorded stats. But then again, it's time for us to get into the game. SRD on the defense, Puggers on the attacking side, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. VCT PH Split 1 2023 is a go. And here we immediately start it off. Okay, over onto Cannon. Seems like those Spike heading over towards that A site. And Intel gonna be winning wars and winning SR Dragon. So much map control to see how active they are immediately, Black and Blue.
Information is the key, and they've found some of that here towards that B site. Avery, to be exact, finds that opening pick, and they get the spike planning down quick and early, though they do lose the KO, which is a very important one. But if you can maybe shut down this double push through mid, their post plant might work. Gabby Diaz finds a trade.
Yeah, spikes planted though, immediately looking for opportunity. Avery with the takedown off the second love. They have a bit of that door control. Chongi setting up a bit of a crossfire. It's 2-on-3 now, active yet again for Puggers, but Nateflix does get a takedown. It's all left now to walk on water, but he's on the outside. Who's walking on water? The opposition instead. Gavity's already on the defuse, 4 HP. Dream still alive, shattered by Nateflix. And SR Dragons immediately with the first round.
Man, just bringing in the Sheriff on the pistol round. Not ill-advised, but works anyways here for SRD on that opener. Great retake coming from them, really. Finding that opening pick on the KO here was a big piece for their puzzle. Allowed them to take further mid control and fight for it. In that case, Puggers, well, they're caught out in the pug. Little did they know that they were against a big hound.
Yeah, well, this time we'll see who's going to be the big dog as we get into the second round. SR Dragons, though, interesting enough, I do believe they have a 6-man roster, so we're going to be perhaps seeing a substitution later on, given the scenario, given how active they have been playing all these members in these best of threes. But El Diablo himself on the Viper towards that B side. Both sides, of course, running the Viper. It has been viable to go for Harbor, but hey, Matrix down. First takedown. Chongi falls. Yet again, the Bulldog trying to use a bit of that range in a map like this. Nidups with a takedown in response. 4v2 now, though. Gabby is on cleanup duty. And for SR Dragons, keep it simple, keep it cool as much as possible here. Black and blue, but hey, Blixarino, at least a good shot to fight back on it.
Try harder.
Well, no real chance in that one. He's going to be trapped in orange, do as much damage as he could, and that he did. 2 rounds here, obviously, for the defending side of SRD, but this is an attacker-sided map, so to get some of these rounds on the defense early on is going to be a big thing for them coming into the second half. Let's see here how the Puggers try and adjust. They got the rifles, could go to the A side, which it seems like to be the case. I'm not sure if this is going to hard commit. A lot of times you're going to see a Cypher like this, I think, try and lurk early on. But I would suggest not to lurk, especially on an anti-bonus round like this, because you don't want to establish the opposing side early on. You don't want to condition them that lurk is something that you're attuned to.
Well, the Cypher already just pretty much an element in that book. I did notice, though, SR Dragons, they invested early with the Bulldogs. Just play a bit of that range, especially on a wide map like this. But Blixarino gets the insult. SRD are on the prowl. Blixarino with the first takedown, though. Defending shop with his life. The Puggers, they know they have a bit of time before they go to the A side, but Gabby Diz, what was that? Mission Impossible, action star, Gabby Diz going after yet again. Nidups, though, does fight back. The Puggers now make it 3v2 as they rotate away.
They pulled the rotation here. Because at the very least of that Cypher lurk, they have quick early control of the B site, gives them a second option, but by all means, that deep push into the halls, that was a success here for the defending SR Dragons. Brought to a 2v3, can do some damage still. That's not going to work out too well for El Diablo himself. It's all down to Avery.
Spike planted.
Cheeky kills there, but Avery all alone now. And this should be it for the round, unless he can get some stellar taps onto the 2 low HP targets. He has to find the timing, though. And Avery now coming in here from McDonald's, from the Arches, especially fights against Chongi first and foremost. Gets a good hit, but beyond that, it's just playoff contact now. 3v1. Gonna be very difficult for Avery to make a difference. Stinger now in hand, rushing towards the site itself. Chongi hears it coming, and from up top, he gets the takedown.
Good off angle for him, especially with low HP. Helped his case on after all quite low by the end of it, so who knows how that round could have gone. By all means, still, Good round here from the SR Dragons, but even better for Puggers to get their first on the board. The question is, this full gun round of theirs, how does it work? We've seen them already struggle against the bonus here of the Dragons when it comes to, very aggravating pushes, but just properly timed executes on their flank. And that's something you're going to have to try and dissuade, especially since they have a Cypher anyways.
The Puggers are getting conditioned though. You've been talking about conditioning a while ago here, Black and Blue, and you can see SR Dragons absolutely active. You have 3 initiators. Use it to your advantage. Use those splashes. Use that intel and get on with getting to the beach as much as possible. For now though, the Puggers playing it slow and steady. They're forced to crawl actually here, Black and Blue, and you can see for SR Dragons, they're just happy to get more of the map than what's usually taken by the defense at the start of these rounds.
I mean, they could play a bit passive early on to try and catch out some of these aggravated pushes, but let's see how it works out to the exact key. Avery, pop flash on through. Can he cross? Nope. Shut down by Chongi, but El Diablo is able to find one here on Walk on Water. Not solid enough for him to go through. Gabby D's with the Hunter's Fury, shutting down that tunnel push. Going to be now much more difficult for the Puggers to get in within sight unless Chongi can find it. He has to get the kill on the Zom's position, and that he does. Viper v Viper is actually what happens. They get the spike plant down at the very least.
Spike planted.
And it's big because it allows the Viper Spit to be set online against the operator. Nateflix though, coming in through main. Chongi Basarino just trying to play through the walkways, but Nateflix, he finds him anyway. It's a spectacle for him. 2v1 now. Kuyayawi trying to figure out where the opportunity is, but Blixarino on the outside clutches it out. And well, they got in and they got the takedowns. 2-2 now.
A great round here for Blixarino, especially. Starting to get going. That's the exact type of round that the Puggers needed. Somebody to try to be able to will them through a difficult time. That's Blixarino himself. Could have waited maybe just a hair there, but doesn't need his teammate to do much when he came into it when Chongi on the Cypher was lurking here towards his position. Able to deal with it himself. At least so far, the Puggers making their attacking side a bit more beneficial early on.
And just some of these clutch heroes that come in the open qualifiers, but these sheriffs, they're so deadly. In the hands of SR Dragons, Kuyayawi on the board. Here comes El Diablo also. And another way to be active, come in close with things like the Stinger and the Sheriff. Look how greedy he is, but Ninitups will punish the Viper in his prime. 3v3 now though, the Puggers, they still have to be careful because SR Dragons are just coming out of the walls right now.
Well, pretty spread out, the Dragons here, trying to cover as much ground as they can. Not too sure if anything has been retrieved. Maybe perhaps here from their jet. That's going to be the only case in this puzzle. Plant should be put down. No real problem in that case. They have the KO ult to use, but I wouldn't suggest it. Not here, not now. Especially since Walk on War gets a pick out anyway. So 2v3, both coming in from the flank. They have a good hold on this. I don't see any real reason for them to lose to post plant, and that they don't. Puggers take the lead.
Yeah, Blixarino absolutely feeling it after that clutch and lap around, and here we go yet again. They did have the gun advantage, and they found the timings against El Diablo. I do love how they got back to the B side to realize that with the amount of map pressure the Dragons are putting, these numbers, they're going to be scattered as you mentioned. So for now, perhaps some fortifications as the guns are out for SR Dragons. Yet again, no commands available for both sides here as we get into another one.
Curious here, I think, coming from the Puggers is that they're opting on attack, which isn't something unheard of, isn't something that I would even say is not worth it. It's just not something you always see, and they're pulling it out here. Although, to be fair, it is Breeze, one of the few maps that it is even more so viable than commonly is, and that could actually maybe be something that SRD aren't prepared for or aren't used to facing here on the defensive side.
Ooh, and perhaps that might be the smoking gun you're talking about. Walk on Water catches out Nateflix. I remember seeing an op though in one of the rounds in the hands of SR Dragons. Maybe it was just picked up and the Puggers have kept it on, knowing the fact that they can play that range advantage if ever SR Dragons dares go towards that mid side or wherever an opening may be towards that A site. We do have the transition though towards B. Yawi getting prepared towards elbow, and here you go. Chongi goes down, gets the Blaze Storm available in the pinch. 4v4 now. Puggers Playing it slow yet again before they make it towards that B site here.
Lucky sight.
The execution is coming. They know this is here. They cleared out the site. Nobody there to contest. Kuya
30
Yaoi,
seconds
what a
left.
name. Waiting in the corner here, but caught out as soon as the wall goes down. Second love, that's his first. That's going to be difficult now for the
One
remake here of
enemy
SRD.
remaining.
They find a pick here from El Diablo, but that's about it. Gabby's all alone.
Looks like I was
No
the stronger one.
hell wing way does he win that. They get the 4th round, and Puggers, they've gotten 4 straight here, Dax.
Yeah, so much momentum, and that operator on the attack, there you go. Those are the angles that they want. And SR Dragons, they have to be very careful in those scenarios. They have 2 flashes anyway. They have that Sky, they have that Kingo. Might
30
be
seconds
time
left.
to just throw out that utility to dissuade the hold by walk on water. Case in points, as soon as we see the Puggers bunch up to go toward that B site, it has been very, very effective so far. And the SR Dragons, they notice already so much investment now towards that B site. They even throw in the jet to play towards the middle. Kuya Yaoi, big brother watching you, but walk on water, the better eye and the better shots.
We're going to wait for it. Great opening pick here. We talked about it. It might be that smoking gun, as you said, Dax. This operator has been so influential here for the attacking side. The push is out from SRD. You'd expect him to try and be a bit more passive, knowing the op is there, watching down lanes, or using at least information to scout out where that operator exactly is, but they haven't been using the tools that they have, really, to make this more difficult. And by all means, they have all those tools. Great shot here, being landed by their jet. That is going to make things so much more difficult on this Ito.
He just does not stop hitting those shots, and here we go yet again. SR Dragons, desperation for El Diablo, tries to get that game control with the
planted.
Viper spits, but the Puggers play away from it anyway. They still do need to be careful. White poison strike, no, the Viper jumping, stays alive, and there's the punish from Gappy Diz with the Sheriff in hand. Gappy Diz with the second one, he's done it before. Can he do it yet again with these shots? But 4v2. Not the best odds for him, and what's even worse is it's up already on the flag, taking control of the containers here, of the walkways, now into the flash, into the peak.
Oh!
Gappy Diz, the third one! The one taps reign supreme for Gappy Diz! But can he be crowned in the round? Blixarena though finds his mark and finds his target to get that next one for Puggers.
Wow, Gabby Diz trying to will his team back into this half. But Puggers for sure making the best out of their rather advantageous attacking side. First time out of the Qualifiers broadcast. Isn't that something of the year?
Well, they need it after that one. The Puggers are just on a roll. No stopping walk on water whatsoever. No stopping Blixarino. There's always just a plan here for the Puggers right now, and it does seem like as soon as they realize, okay, the SR Dragons, they're trying to cut up this map into parts and parcels. What if we just find the trades, group up, and then go for the execute? It's working so well, and the fact that they got that operator along the way has just been absolutely incredibly beneficial to play against the angles that SR Dragons wants to control.
Trying to figure out who is Walk on Water. Because that's definitely not his main name. I'm checking
that's
things
true.
out. When we go on, when we go on
look
to
at all
the
stats.
yeah, the game, we're gonna figure that out in a second.
I think it's Crips, honestly. I'm not too sure. Sometimes you realize, okay, these guys are named something
Yeah, he
else.
is normally the jet for them, so
Yeah,
I would
wouldn't be
assume so.
surprised. Well, maybe this is the real script that we have to read here, that the Puggers are
Uh,
quite on a roll, man.
Is he? What is this? Is this some Bruce Lee thing? Walk up, be like water. Be change it. I don't know.
Dude, all I got is Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off. That's all.
Really? Have you
Yeah.
tried it?
Yeah, but that's a story not for broadcast, that's for sure. Anyway,
Very-
no, the pain aside from that one.
Pain.
Yeah, it's quite
Bigati.
painful actually. Bigati. Wow, English broadcast by the way.
Yeah, that's why I
We
said with
have
that
been saying-
accent.
We've been saying Kuya for quite a while. If you guys don't know what Kuya means, it's big brother, elder
Where?
brother.
Did you say Kuya at all in this broadcast?
Kuya Yaoi.
Oh, okay.
Yes? Hello?
Yes. Loading. Okay,
Loading.
Op looking down here at Avery. He has to be careful.
Here.
If he sticks rear out his elbow, he's
Oh.
dead, and that he is.
Scanning ahead.
You know, in Filipino we say binati mo eh. You call it out and it actually happens. But yet again, the operator just value. Yet again, for the side of Puggers. And here we go. Aldrin now gets cut with El Diablo. We hear the Blade Storm. And from the backline to the front. But Gabby, this comes in clutch yet again to try and hold the line. Blixerina though with the answer. Makes it 2v1. It's all left now to Nate Flix. And here we have it. Spikes planted. There's the fragment also. Spots out Blixerino. Makes it a duel against Dets and against Walk on Water. The operator though still in hand. They try to go for the roundabout here. Take cover here from Nate Flix, moving over to the left-hand side by the broken walls. But then again, well, Water backing on away. This is still planted though for Window, I believe. He has a spot. He misses the shot though. A single bullet left in the chamber, and this time around, he makes it happen. 3 for Walk on Water, and that's 6 now for Puggers.
He actually would have hit that shot right prior if he wasn't moving. Just came down to the smallest of margins, but you could hear me say it. Oh no, as soon as he was running to that window, so difficult to win in the post plant, especially against an operator like that. I'm really quite impressed at how SRD were able to bring that round on back after the opening pick. They shut down the initial push. They're coming in from the Puggers, but ultimately in the scramble, a bunch of their players were able to step on up and at least win it out in the end. So great streak here being put up by the Puggers squad.
Here he goes. Can he actually go for a play himself? Doesn't happen. In the caves, only Second Love will come out strong. And the Puggers, yet again, heavy-handed on the approach. You can see why the schematic is so comfy on finding these targets and just laying them where they stand. A quick round here to make it 7 now.
Well, you're wondering, Dex, why did the Puggers pick Breeze when it's one of basically their first map, the first time we see them on record play it, and that's a definitely great record to start off of 7-2. It seems to be the case where a lot of these teams, many times on over, who might feel like they are the less experienced ones, that feel like, oh, I'm just as good as these guys mechanically and aim-wise, they go to these type of maps. Breeze, especially, the ultimate proving ground for when it comes to mechanics in terms of just out-dueling, out-aiming the opposition, and in this case, out-opping all their targets.
Yeah, just so many times a single shot and a single angle. Here we go yet again, but this time El Diablo finds one over on the B side. Operator doesn't hit this time. Kuyawi looking for the punish. And there he goes. Walk on Water, finally drowning in his own success. SR Dragons now looking to capitalize, putting so much active pressure. Kuyawi with another one. And there you go, Kuyawi. There's no stopping this man. As SR Dragons now can be heard roaring and picking the operator back up.
He was basically just like You Shall Not Pass, and that they didn't. Stepped in front of A main, no cover, out here in the open, take me one by one, give me the duel, and he won every single thing. A case example of how not to play a 1v3, but works out in his favor. Yes, our Dragons finally get a stop of this streak. Maybe this could be where they try and equalize things out a bit more.
Like for SR Dragons now, they realize how successful some of their active pressure was early on, and this time they just didn't let up. Kuyawi over and now it's all the way on the opening, but well, the Puggers, they built such a big economy after a long streak here in the first half. They have 3 ultimates even just to stay safe from the operator pressure from the other side. And now they're just looking to get that intel, figure out where this op is stationed. Avery, though, wants to play protection for Kuyawi. Walk on Water within his own op in hand. And it does seem like that big sniper duel is going to be so important to just really give a result to this round here, Black and Blue.
Oh, either shot connects here. Scoped weapons of either side. You know, I'm just glad that the letter I is at the end of Kuyawi's name, not something else.
Flash.
I believe I'm with one. I'm with the one right now, but here you go. There's the one from Ninitups as he gets the opening on. Perfect pop flash. The second one coming on in. And Walk on Water even finds El Diablo along the way. Intel given. There's the shot. Neither connect and up in the air. Ninitups fully pressured. Kuyawi desperate to hit the shot, but it's only Gavin is the one getting a takedown for SR Dragons. The second one for Gavin is. Problem is, Puggers are already there. stepping on the doorstep of B side, planting their feet down, and putting Walk on
Last
Water in
round in the
position for
half.
another takedown.
That looked very, very chaotic and reminded me of a very different game where you have snipers jumping on around and trying to hit each other midair. That was such a scramble that how do you even
30
make
seconds left.
sense of all
Last
that
player
madness
standing.
here? You see Blitzerino coming from the round corner. You see the Hunter Spirit coming on in. Walk on Water somehow trying to land a shot from on top of the broken wall. And yet, everything still goes down the way of the attacking Puggers side, able to kind of snowball their way into the site and win the duels that they needed to. Taking the orb here towards that A site, and
Watching
that
here.
sends a bit of the defense forward on towards the B site to try and clear out potential of any flank.
Yeah, Walk on Water avoiding contact now with Kuyayawi. Ask one of the riflers to do so instead. But here comes Kuyayawi priming the tailwind. He's ready to dash in and get the takedowns. Walk on Water instead. Looking for the open doubles at B side. But Kuyayawi yet again with the 2K so far. Here he comes. Pressure from behind. The Puggers, they have to settle for that B side. Walk on Water finally turning around to get that takedown. But turns too early versus Avery. And it's advantage here for SR Dragons. Plant now coming from Chonky. They know though that from front to back there is pressure. The null command buying them time. Gabby does over onto the corner, trying to get a bit of that intel. Bow and arrow has been seen. Charlie ready with the angle. Gets the takedown in the tops though, protecting the rear. And it's all left now to Nateflix. He's still unknown though so far. Over onto the backside. Gets the angle and the dig onto one. Can Nateflix do it here for SR Dragons? No, Ninitups with the angle, with the shot, and it's 9-3 now to end the first half.
KO v
Switching
KO in
sides.
the end, and Ninitups, he gets around here. That was really smart by Chongi. You can tell exactly what he was thinking in that moment. They knew the Seekers was coming from the rear, from their flank, from B main. They knew a heavier approach was there toward, instead of towards where
Last
CT
player
was. So he
standing.
pushes towards
One enemy
to try
remaining.
and win that 50-50 duel. In that case, he does. And that just allowed so much more space. In that case, when you're trapped in a pincer between two opposing direct sides, you have to commit to one. And you commit to the one which has less opposition, and that they do. They take out that CT presence and allows them to move around the site and win the clutch in the 2v3.
Yeah, W Gaming at its finest, basically. If you realize you're getting flanked here, you have two options. Fight the flank or fight forward. And the Puggers, they've been moving forward over and over again in these rounds. It's good to be back here, Black and Blue. Good to be here with you yet again. But now the SR Dragons not in quite the best states. They're down by 6. This pistol win absolutely necessary if they want to try and bring things back here. Moving in threes.
Well, I mean, Dax, we know this scoreline, we know what has happened with this, and we know the superstitions abound that the company is. Will they be able to actually make it work on out? Gabby Diz, he's going to find that pick in the cups, and so does Avery. This is looking difficult now for the Puggers unless they can try and swing things back, which they do. A second life from Second Love brings them into the round. El Diablo able to find him with a quick trade down from Walk on Water. His
One
Sheriff has been
enemy
influential, crucial in the 1v1 now. And that Sheriff, as we talked about, the fastest gun, the smoking one, they get the 10th round.
It's beautiful how they're able to reconvene. I was concerned for Puggers on that defense. The Viper Wall getting so much value at the start for SR Dragons, but eventually they just pushed through. And having that right side control still was so instrumental to win it out. Give Walk on Water the space to work with over at the backside. Find that final duel and get the takedown. Double digits now for the Puggers. 7 rounds the gap, and they're happy to take advantage of the extra economy. A Marshal on the hands of Walk on Water. He's been successful with the operator all throughout the game. He wants to keep that pressure on, but then it's absolutely blinded. Kuyayawi will get one before he falls. Spike left behind by SR Dragons. They just want to find pickoffs in the first place. A solo expedition even for the Viper through holes. But
No
Second
chance.
Love is the first one
Oh.
there. Takedown with a Bulldog. Advantage here for the Puggers so far.
Immediate connection. The Dragons, this attacking side is where we kind of assume or predict maybe where their half should be a bit better. The favored side in Breeze, yes, but the composition would also suggest that in this case, so hasn't exactly been that exact, I guess, result early on. SRD, they're doing some good damage. Actually got 2 players quite low. A single bullet to take down either. This could easily be a 2v3 if things go right for him.
Yeah, Be careful now here for the defense. Walk on Water still looking to play distance. Saw the pixels and is able to get the shots. Towards Nate Flicks. Also wants to go after Gabby Diz, but the SR Dragons stay alive still
30
in the
seconds
pinch
left.
potential towards the B side. Water yet again. Marshall
One
ringing, but
enemy
Chongi
remaining.
stays on site to get that takedown too. A duo here over on B. Gabby Diz yet again. Stellar with the shots on the Sheriff, but he can't fight against the Bulldog of Second Love on the opposite end. Another one for the Puggers.
I don't think they knew that
Don't forget that.
how low the Puggers were actually in that case. You can see them aiming for heads. Gabby Diz, he connects on the 2. But if they knew, I'd wager, if they knew for a fact that most of the players here on Puggers were low, 3 out of 4, a single bullet away from death, they would have just pushed that, aim for the bodies, go with a classic, and probably win out that round potentially if things go their way. So, unfortunately, it doesn't.
30 seconds left.
We'll see the comeback start on that second round, but it could here on their third on the action
Sleep.
bonus.
Sleep, brother.
A long
Gone.
timeout called to try and soothe those nerves.
Yeah. It was a good eco though for SR Dragons, and we have seen the highlight reel from Gabby Diz. Crispy, juicy, amazing shots with the Sheriffs from the start of the game, but unfortunately, it hasn't really led to the round wins that SR Dragons are looking for. You can see the potential, and you can see the game plan for the SR Dragons, that they want to be so active around the map like this, but the Puggers have denied them time and time again with Walk on Water's prowess and, well, just some really strong anchors really now for Puggers as they continue on the defense. But this is now where kind of SR Dragons need to prove themselves. They're gonna have those guns. We were talking a while ago before we started this game, the cycles of utilities, the cycles of intel. Maybe SR Dragons can get the right info to get the right timing over here into the next round.
Gonna be a lot of things to go right for them, but you know, a lot more has gone wrong so far here. For the SR Dragons, this could be the start of perhaps something not different than what you've been accustomed to seeing in this round, this map rather. It's Reno. That Viper's snake bite just sends him on back. They do find the opening pick though, so that's a good case here for the Dragons. They're taking a beating here, trying to come out of A main and Walk on Water. He connects that script, we do believe. That's the opening pick and trade in return.
Puggers got such a strong stall, and everyone has rotated towards this A side. It becomes quite the scrap 4v4. The Puggers looking for as many picks as possible. And Walk on Water now, Vandal in hand. SR Dragons eventually relenting and giving way to go for that B site. But already, a strong start for the defense. Guiding Light to try and get that intel. Avery leading that charge. They should be able to make it towards that B site earlier than the opposition. There is going to be a tripwire broken. Now they know that SR Dragons are over at B. And Walk on Water getting ready again.
Spike
The retake
planted.
coming on in here. They could maybe equalize things and getting the advantage, and that they do. It's a good pick here from the Puggers. Walk on Water, especially. They know one is by the pillar. Chongi finds that pick on Avery. Nate flicks on a trade though immediately. Flashes pop, but he's not ready, but still comes out. Retrieves his weapon in the right time. And now it's a 2v1. El Diablo finds the opposing Viper on a Blixerino. SR Dragons hold on.
Yeah, it could have been worse for the SR Dragons, but they do stop the bonus of Puggers at the very end. Just the fact though that the Puggers, they had so much staying power on that A side. They were so ready with the Viper, with just having players willing to be so active against the cave exit. It allowed them to really stack those numbers, and by default, it also allows them to group up on the retake. So some stellar casualties we've seen, courtesy of the Puggers. It's still gonna be 7 rounds to gap though, and the SR Dragons, this is a round that will be absolutely instrumental for any success in the future. They need this one. The null command now gonna be online to kick off the action.
Well, that's going to start to press a lot of their intent here. Walk on Water. He still connects on the shot. But Sereno, I'm not too sure if that was advised for him to stay within that, knowing that they already found the pick. Now it's been equalized. 4v4. Second love. Great shot. He connects here. Avery in a follow-up on the Nate flicks. Chongi also finds his. And it's all now down to Gabby Diz. We've seen him try and win these type of rounds on out, but Chongi catches him in his attempt to escape. The SR Dragons, well, they won one, they lose the one right after, and match point has been gained by Puggers early on.
This is it. Map point immediately to kick off the action. The Puggers in a commanding lead. And Second Love feels like he's just holding a heartbeat sensor right now because sees the target, flicks over onto it, and a stellar takedown. Over 20 kills though for Walk on Water. I think I saw 24 there, with the op being mainly the catalyst of that success. It's been such a big bane towards the SR Dragons. They might be kicking themselves investing early on for that one a while ago in the first half. But this is it. Gabby Diz, he's ready with Hunter's Fury. Forced by here. SR Dragons, they need to scrounge whatever funding they have to at least try and fight back. Picks instrument black and blue.
Well, let's see if they can play them in this case. Spots out where Walk on Water is, but trade there. Immediate backup from Ninitups to not let his teammate go down, especially not unanswered. It's going to be very difficult for SR Dragons now that they've lost their only duelist. The tip of the spear suddenly blunted immediately.
Yeah, and for the Puggers, yet again, early success with the duels. Now they do have the Cypher still of Chongi towards that B site. SR Dragons, will they walk into the Cypher's lair? Seems like with the spike towards Cannon, that might be the case. Mid has been given up to Nate Flix. He's just keeping an eye out on Nest, on any rotations towards Tunnel as much as possible. Doesn't see... Oh, actually, he's able to find Chongi. Not there just a little bit. Nintups though spotted too. Now onto the Dragons, they have that intel. Hunter's Fury though, Diablo hands back. It's a 3v4. Nintups though spotted, seen and taken on down, equalizes the odds, and the SR Dragons eventually able to carve a path towards this B side. El Diablo looking to heat on up, and here he goes yet again. 3 before he falls, slay where he stands. Blix Arena now, the only one who can fight back here for the Puggers. A chance to wrap up this map already, but a crossfire potentially for SR Dragons if they spot Blix Sereno in the middle of that one. Uses the wall though for cover, creeps on close to the center pillar, but spotted by Avery, and we still see a future here for SR Dragons into the next round.
Great flick there coming from Avery, and even if he didn't hit that shot, his teammate was right at the ready to be able to trade him there. Gabby D's coming from the tunnel side, so it would have almost been assuredly a win there from the Dragons. Great round for them to come back with, and Gabby Diz, we saw him using that Hunter's Fury classically to flush out of Zom's position that immediate left hard corner as he come out of B main. That's a very great use of that ultimate, but Puggers, they've got some of their own now here on the defense. If they find a pick, that will be a big liability here for the Dragons, knowing that the Neural Theft is online.
And just those first bloods have been so strong for the Puggers. It's given them success in the first half. Does it happen here in the second? Arena though, the one keeping an eye out on that 8 side. Kuyayawi finds the opening through the doorway. Ninitups does answer back, but it's already post plant here for SR Dragons. Pressure applied, the Viper Spit is there, and the Puggers have a lot of work to do if they want to win this round.
Yeah, you can see how spread out this post plant here coming from the Dragons are. I actually quite like this. They're going to be able to hamper a lot of the rotations back into the site. They get scanned off of it, but he finds a pick. Should have been able to find more. The value there almost assuredly could have been doubled, if anything. Oh no, El Diablo not checking the right corner. He was relying on the Aldrone to clear his immediate flank. But now it comes down to a 2v2. The push from Ninitups, shut down by Gabby D's. That's huge. But now in the 1v1. Second Love, Sova v Silva. Gabby D's gets around and keeps the Dragons alive. What a post-plant hold from the SR Dragons.
Oh, the SR Dragons, they got a little antsy there though, black and blue. Chongi, his pressure with the Cypher, that Neural Theft made Nateflix jump the gun, and the rest of SR Dragons followed suit. The recovery though strong, shutting down the ambition from Ninitups. Gabby Diz standing tall and proud beside the slain KO even. And the SR Dragons, they fight back. They want to make this legend still continue on its story. They want to still fight back here, man. They have made the gap 6 now, but the Puggers have kept it close every single time. And now they're going to go for the pickoffs. 2 down. Make that 3 for the attacking side. These Sheriffs already laying down the law. Gabby Diz, well, it's going to be a struggle here alongside his teammate, the Sky, as they move towards that A site mid-control. Absolutely taken by the Puggers. Avery, though, and Gabby Diz setting up a firing squad as they want to get the post-mat going on. Intel given. Gabby Diz throws out the owl drone too. It's 2v3. The flank though from Puggers. Walk on water. He's walking silently through the cave. Spots out one.
Oh, no.
Missed the shots though. And is punished immediately by Avery. Gives the chance yet again to the SR Dragons. And they stay alive yet again. What a way to win with an army of 2.
What a roller coaster of a round, with the Puggers securing 3 opening picks on their kind of eco, if anything, versus the Dragons. But you know the Dragons, where they dwell, here in the heart of the mountain, not yet forced out of their own home, of their own cave. They want to win this map in return. But SR Dragons, jeez Louise, what a recovery in that round. 2v5. Stuck there on that door and somehow walk on water. It's a miracle he doesn't connect here for the Dragons.
A few rounds of what could have been, but now then, the Puggers don't want to let up the pressure. First pick comes the way of Ninitups. As the SR Dragons, they play for mid, they play for that A site, want to go for the pinch as much as possible. They do have the wall set up to cut the sights towards the backhand side. Unfortunately for them, they're a bit stuck here, Black and Blue. The SR Dragons, they haven't spotted. Already the Puggers looking to pile on the pressure and coming in closer and closer towards the doorway even.
Well, Chongi left alone.
And there you have it, Chongi Dao. Keeping an eye out. Netflix though, with the handle now in hand. Trades Phantom, knows the range is perfect for the slower but steadier and stronger rifle. Viper's Spit now stopping SR Dragons from a choice towards that A side. If you wait on water, it's Avery who's able to come up for air. At least a chance for SR Dragons, but they're running out of time here, man.
Well, 30 seconds left on the clock.
Left.
We know what they can do with dire moments left in their hands. It's going to be actually only walk on water here for A on A. He has an operator though, so this still could be quite deadly for the SR Dragons to walk into. They don't have time. They have to commit to this soon. Do they have a flash? Do they have any utilities trying to sway this? Walk on water connects. Avery finds it, but they have to stick to plant. They have to do it now. Otherwise, they're going to be bled for time. And that they are. Gonna be so much more difficult now for Netflix. All he has is that fragment nade molly to try and somehow isolate these fights. He does use it on the corners to try and get himself into a position. He finds the one. The scan comes on in, and that's Second Love, securing the first map here for the Puggers.
And the SR Dragons hemorrhaging members there, and nothing could stop the bleeding by the very end. Every single first blow from the Puggers instrumental to their success, and the Puggers will take the first map here in the open qualifiers. What a way to win. What a hot streak in the first half. And well, hello operator, hello walk on water even as we saw that game unfold.
Yeah, script was absolutely stellar during that game with the operator. No real way we saw SR Dragons shut it down. And by all means, they sort of had all the utility that they could need to be able to shut something like that down, right? You have the suppress, you have the flashes to try and make your way on in, but it just never came to pass. They weren't able to use what they got to gain information where that operator was, much to the credit though of script, I believe, on that walk on water name, to be able to kind of flow like water, be where he has to be in the moment, and find a proper place to put everything to happen.
Yeah, a bit of a flow state there from man himself, and overall the Puggers, they just knew that the chance for them was to get that early pickoff to just remove SR Dragon, and I'd say the confidence to take that active map control, because we saw in the first few rounds SRD all over the place, taking control of the halls, taking control of mid, even vying for cannon as much as possible on that defense, and slowly and steadily the Puggers were able to chip away. You always want to see these teams, especially the open qualifiers, that know discipline, that know how to change up the speed of the game, and we saw it there for the Puggers especially. They just kept their cooler calm, find a few duels, yes, but then again, after a while, regroup and make it towards those sites. We saw it on the attack, we saw it on the defense, and overall, a stellar game for the Puggers to give them the map win.
Yeah, I was quite impressed here, but what they were able to do here on their map pick, as we said, we were wondering why Breeze of all maps, especially when it was the one map that we saw the SR Dragons be quite successful on versus, you know, a very difficult, a very high tier team here in the Philippines, and yet still You're able to make it work on out, so definitely had something up their sleeve. It happened to be the operator, it seemed, of Walk on Water, but going into map 2, we're going into Haven. Another map that the operator can be very, very crucial in, and if they're able to make it work the same way they did here, I don't see how SR Dragons could win those, even though it is their map pick.
Well, when I look at the SR Dragons right now, one of the biggest bright spots has to be Gabby Diz. He was just absolutely insane with those share shots. Sometimes you just need someone in the clutch there, and there are also moments from Netflix, moments even from Avery near the tail end for the SR Dragons. So you can see that there's some bright spots, but perhaps maybe a composition that just doesn't really suit them right now with that triple initiator. We look a little bit at the SR Dragons history that they used to run, I think, that chamber from what we saw before, but unfortunately for them this time around, they will fall in the first map. But we can check out a few of the highlights even, and I think one of the biggest points of contention really was the fact that when you'd see some of these angles that the Puggers are taking, they kind of want to play it as smart as possible, wherein they have more of the site just to get the punish on, and that is true from Walk on Water. I'd say that was true even for, I believe, Chongi as well, as we saw throughout the game there.
Yeah, it just seemed a lot more coherent coming in from the Puggers side, which was something I expected more of the SR Dragons, if anything. And as you said, maybe perhaps, you know, their composition just isn't suiting the way that they're playing right now, and I would agree with that, I think, assessment, because you see a lot of the angles too that they would play here on their own side, both on the attack and defend. Almost seems like they forget what their composition is and how to play it, instead of using that active information gathering to its fullest extent. A lot of times they just get caught out not knowing what's happening, where to look, and just surprised when that's really the ultimately last thing that you would want with a composition like that. So maybe they can switch something on up coming into, you know, Breeze the next time around they do play it, but we're going to have to focus on Haven, which I think is a map that could suit them better. They typically play Breach on this map. If they continue to do that case, maybe that's going to give them a bit more stopping power that we were looking for.
And for a 3-site map, when you have that active map control, if you're confident you can win those duels, that just removes option after option for the opposition. So there's a lot of chances right now, but one thing I saw there from the Puggers also was they were happy to just get that intel and play it safe. There were times where SR Dragons, they were stuck by things like mid-doors. They didn't really completely push it. They still stayed onto expected angles. They were just happy to wait out the action, and well, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Second Love himself, I do believe that's actually Sanaol, who's been playing a different name right now. The Puggers, though, very well-deserved win, and the open qualifiers, man. We are seeing so many of these names new to the VCT stage for the first time. A few returning ones, sure, but they just want to make that bigger splash, that bigger impact. And here, the open qualifiers is the perfect chance to prove themselves that they are worthy of making it to the top 8. This is the upper bracket, so whoever wins here, they already move on to next week. Loses, they still have a chance, but they still need to play also for tomorrow's eliminations in the lower bracket. So it's gonna be an exciting time here in this double elimination bracket that has been going on for the past few days. Well, we've cut down the field only to a few left. We'll see who's going to be in that top 4 at the very end. Any final thoughts, though, before we move into, well, a break in the next map? Because in the end, the Puggers, they just had so much control, especially after that first half.
Well, if they can continue playing like that, then we better get used to seeing these guys a lot more here in the VCT PH, because that was a great opening show, especially on their first, broadcasted, recorded game here officially. So great things done by the Puggers, but the war is not done just yet. They still have a battle to ensue, and that is going to be on Haven this time. Map pick here from the SR Dragons, and we know that these guys, with their experience, they can come back, especially led by performances like what we saw from Gabby Diz.
Yeah, Gabby Diz, and well deserved at least to be the top frag there of his team. But he's gonna need to move more. The whole squad of SR Dragons, they're gonna need to do more if they want to get that victory. I'd love to see if they are actually gonna be rotating S1000 in, who has been playing the Killjoy for quite a while, if they do have those 6-man rotations based on the map. And for good reason, playing Haven, it has to be one of those, I'd say, comfort picks. I think in their history for quite a while in the past few months, it has been relatively successful in a way, taking down teams like Zol. They took down Numinous Arcane here in the open qualifiers in the round of 16. So there is still possibilities for them to have a foundation to move on forward. But guys, we'll be moving into the break, and when we return, it will be map number 2, Dax and Black and Blue, right here, right now, here on the English side. We'll see you guys in a bit for more VCT PH. Hey, blink of an eye, we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, and the Puggers have picked up the first win in this best of 3, and they're 1 away from moving into the group stage next week. Then the SR Dragons roar back? We'll find out in just a bit. My name is Dax, here with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on in on the English side of VCT PH. Let's not forget, though, we do have a number of broadcasts happening right now here on the Filipino side. Of course, it's going to be on the Facebook, I believe on the YouTube as well. Happy to have you here over on the Twitch stream, and happy to be with you yet again here, Mr. Black and Blue, as we gotta go into a second map. We're talking about it a little bit backstage and during the post-game segment, but Haven, a better chance here for the SR Dragons. It is their map pick anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, based on just how we saw them play a while ago, I'm kind of wondering if maybe, having those 3 sites, having a bit more playground in terms of lanes to be able to choose from, if that's going to be helping out here the attacking side, especially of the SR Dragons when it does come down into it. It was Puggers who was really showing things on up, making full work with that operator to its fullest extent, and there just seemed to be no real case here to be made for the SR Dragons on Breeze, but I'm expecting that to change here on Haven and potentially give us a 3rd map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. The open qualifiers, they can get a bit testy, they can be a bit spicy, and while we saw some great things for both Puggers and SR Dragons, a few mistakes can be capitalized on, a few whiffs here and there, maybe some positions that need a little bit of refinement, but the Puggers, they have put themselves in a position of power, and, well, one player to really talk about has been Walk on Water, Scripps himself. Just such a flow state as soon as he picked up that operator, shot after shot, and I think he had around 5 first kills in that game, which was absolutely huge in terms of giving Puggers a big chance, especially in that around 7-round streak that they got in that first half. Will that continue on? Will we have that momentum? Hot hands, though, on the other side. SR Dragons, they have Gabby Diz, so it really might be a battle of who can be the better star there, Black and Blue.
And well, we're gonna have to find out, right? But it's not about, you know, who necessarily is the star of the show, because it has to be the entire team chiming on in. Yes, Gabby Diz was showing up. He was trying to clutch rounds that were almost unclutchable, but it shouldn't even get to that state. This team, they're the ones who we know a lot more of. They're the ones who we know have that experience, and maybe they themselves weren't necessarily as ready for this match as we thought so. But I'm happy to be proven wrong now, right a while ago. And if they can bring this to a third map, then that would be a great case for them. But SR Dragons, you know, as a team, we talked about them kind of being the favorites for this, and I still do think that that could be the case, but I'm just a bit more woeful for that to really happen. If it actually will happen, that's kind of where I am right now. I'm half and half, because the way that the Puggers played, as I said, if they keep this up, you guys can expect them to be even more so continuously present in our VCT scene for a while.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Puggers squad, it's relatively new. I think, I'm not too sure if they made themselves for the open qualifiers, but seeing them a few weeks ago, a few months ago, they were on different teams and they have gotten basically a good band together. Scripps and Sana, although they have been together for quite a while, one thing of note is they won a recent tournament like 2 months ago, and they were actually able to beat the sister team of the Sanguine Rebels Dragons, the Sanguine Rebels Phoenix. So they're really the ones to keep an eye on right now, and what we saw from both the Jet and the Sova was such a strong impact. These guys are making such a good case for themselves that they're not just only for the local scene, but they're ready to take on the big leagues and go even further than that. One strength Puggers has right now is just how strong they play off each other. I've noticed times, especially when Walk on Water is around the area, there's someone keeping an eye on him. If he's playing that operator, someone ready to go for the trade, or at the very least to punish anyone overcommitting, over pushing an angle he's trying to hold. So those kind of moments and those kind of synergies, they're really made by, I'd say, playtime, I'd say by chemistry. And the Puggers squad, while it's new, the chemistry is already off the charts here.
Oh, for sure. They're gelling like a well-oiled machine, and that's really what you want to be, right? Have that bit of a honeymoon phase and get hot at the right times. We know that long, just extended, kind of consistent, high-performing bouts for teams are rarely found, especially here in Valorant, where the meta is changing a lot, teams and rosters are changing a lot, new agents are added, new maps are added into the rotation. And that is something that we rarely see. So a lot of times it comes down to a team having a really hot streak at the right moment, at the right time, for the good patch of few months. And that is what can propel these teams to superstardom. That's what we saw from a lot of the teams coming on last year, joining the fray for the first time. That's what we could see here coming into this stage as well. And, well, the Puggers, they might just be one of those guys, Dex.
Yeah, and then the Puggers, we can talk about them a little bit more as we are going to move to our second map, Haven, in just a bit. I do want to bring out some compositions that they've ran before. The Puggers, interesting enough, they do like to run an Astra with the Breach in a map like this. In contrast, Sanguine Rebels Dragons, they run the Omen with a Breach instead. Everything else, I believe, more or less the same. Maybe a Sova on the side of SR Dragons, a Sky for Puggers instead. So there is a bit of history for those teams in playing Haven in the open qualifier. But one thing I'm rooting for SR Dragons really has to be when they bring out the Killjoy, they also bring out S1000. If you guys remember his name, he was part of that SV Empire for quite a roster for quite a while as their 6-man playing from time to time, especially on the Jet. So seeing him flex over onto the Killjoy might be a bit of a, I'd say, game changer here for the SR Dragons, if ever.
Well, I'm looking at the composition, right, that you talked about a while ago, and that Sky plus Breach combo really reminds me of a lot of how, Made in Thailand would kind of assemble their composition when it comes to Haven, and I'd like to see for them to stick to that. I think it's something that could be effective given on their playstyle of what we saw from Breeze, and if they can make it effective too, the same way that we have seen this composition work in the past in other tournaments, especially in the international scene, then I think that these guys could really be on a great path to making something happen, perhaps this VCT PH Stage 2. You talked about the differences in composition, the Astra, I think, the Smokers being the biggest one. There is a Sova on the side here of the Dragons, so a bit more information gathering in that case in terms of direct information instead of just, you know, it's hard information instead of soft info. You know exactly where this dude is standing over where generally he's standing, where the sky may only gather that soft information, but still, I think it's a controller that makes the biggest case here. That Omen gonna allow them a bit more of a free-flowing kind of capability over the Astra, which can really be a nuisance when played right.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Omen, well, those one-ways kind of thing of past. In the meantime, the Astra, you have so much stall potential, and the fact of the matter is, the Puggers, they're geared up for quite an interesting defense. They have so many flashes available. They have so many ways to really stall for time between the Breach, the Astra, and the Killjoy. And if you still have scripts popping off the same way, well, them starting on the defense has to be the right answer. They did take a while though to dispatch their last opponent on Haven in the round of 16 against CLS Ryzen, actually, when it was 15-13 scoreline. But on paper, there's so many ways for them to try and put a stop to whatever the SR Dragons wants to do right now. And if the Dragons can't find the answer early on, I wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of what we saw on Breeze a while ago.
I agree. If there is kind of like snowball potential here in this series at all, I think it is definitely going to be, you know, a lot more possible for that to happen for the Puggers side, especially from a while ago, right? Their streak early on, 6-round streak from 2-0 to 2-6 immediately, stopped eventually in their 7th, but hey, that was already a lot for them to get going, especially on their attacking side. But I mean, Haven, very different map, maybe something a lot more prepared for here are the Dragons. That's why they picked it. I believe we're going now into map number 2. Haven is where we shall be. We're going to see if the Puggers can string this series 2-0, or if the SR Dragons extend this further into, I believe, Bind for a third map.
Yeah, and the SR Dragons are on the attack, guys. It's the Puggers on the defense, so...
Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent's the last map. So I think we're going to be able to flip the overlay in just a bit. Walk on Water already seeing Kuya Yaoi coming. Second Love with a takedown. And here we go yet again. Scripps and Santa all together towards that middle. And how many times have we seen this duo do wonders? Stopping the push in their tracks already. So aggressive for Ninitups. He's all the way in there. Finds Gabby Diaz, found rather by Gabby Diaz in the end. Chongi though catches out Netflix, and whatever the SR Dragons wanted to do, it falls apart at the seams and even at the foundation as Gabby Diaz also dies here at the end.
And make no mistake, it's SR Dragons on the attacking side who lose this opening pistol round. And the Puggers, another great start for them, shutting down immediately that B side push here. Thing is, didn't seem like it was as coherent as we might want to see a B side push. Look at that. The fact that it's the Breach who's a second in, supposedly, already tells you how scrambled that execute was. Frankly, wrong is how they did it. And they find out why.
No, the fact that Ninitups or Psycho was that deep in, he was in the middle of 2 people, and he still wasn't dead. It seems like here for the SR Dragons, they need to shake things off. Nadeflix, though, aggressive as can be as he pushes forward. Still can't secure the kill, though, towards Script. Here comes Santa all now to answer back. And at least Kuya Yaoi opens things up towards that B side, gives at least the Puggers a bit of notice that they are still going to be a threat here. The SR Dragons now rotating towards C, where Blix Arena is waiting. Doesn't have a star available for the cross. Instead, it's the Spectre in hand. First takedown, looking for a second. Easy for him. 14 HP, still gets a kill on the third. Kuya Yaoi yet again on cleanup duty. But the SR Dragons, this just might be the end of their second round, as the Puggers have come and the Puggers have tossed them aside.
By order of the Puggers, it seems to be the case here. Dax, quick early rounds that they are able to string with momentum has been the story of this entire series, coming from map number 1. And map number 2 could be more of that. Just hold from Blix Arena. Wow. For the Ghost, doesn't matter. Low HP, could have almost found a 4th there on Kuya Yaoi. But doesn't come to pass. Had to catch myself there for a second.
Yep. Well, you know, Rap's with me right now, so you can call him all you want later on. The Puggers, though, they are in the lead. Gonna go over onto the bonus. The SR Dragons, we haven't really seen too much success from them so far in terms of the execute. But we see the foundation, right? With that breach and that jet, gonna be absolutely instrumental to make things work. So Avery and Kuya Yawi, the ball is in their court. The guiding light, though, gets the intel. Now the Puggers know that A Along is completely controlled by the SR Dragons. And here they come. Kuya Yawi leading the charge. Nateflix with the takedown. 2 already. Surprise supplies. Here comes Sana All. And indeed, he will get the 2K there. Second love, the first one to get the frags in their favor. Gabby does though a beautiful shot there towards the backside. Finds the one in cover. And eventually the Dragons make their way to put the plant down.
That could have been even more deadly there. Thought almost assuredly SRD could have found, rather the Puggers could have found another pickoff at the very least, but doesn't come to pass. It's all on a Chongi now. What a shot to bring it to the 1v2. Still though, a Sheriff has some nano swarms to maybe try and keep him at bay or isolate the fight. He's gonna have to check his graffiti, but he doesn't know it's clear as of the moment. The swing comes from Gabby D's. Too easy they get the end of it, but it almost went south.
Yeah, some good damage done on the bonus by the Puggers, and one thing I noticed was everyone was looking towards the left-hand side of Kuyawi. Everyone was looking towards graffiti here, and it gave a chance for a second love for Sana Oh to find 2 absolutely for free. A good shot there though to clear things out, and eventually the SR Dragons, they were able to make the round happen, but still a bit of those concerns. They're losing a few members that may have been saved along the way. Here we go again. The Puggers now with the buys.
Revealing area.
Well, these guys, seeing what they were able to do early on the attack on Breeze, defense, very different question. They have this B site being kind of just pulled into for the defense, as SRD are trying to pull a bit more attention here towards mid. I'm not gonna wager they could commit too deep. They do actually get the pick off, and that helps their case a lot, but Nanotopsy's ready for that trade immediately, so the question still remains, do they commit to this? I think not.
Yeah, they're gonna back away. They weren't even in a committed position in the first place. SR Dragons love to leave that spike behind, give them options, especially on a 3-site map like this. And Nanotopsy or Psycho, he got the intel now with the Trailblazer, forces the SR Dragons to back on the way. And as they now pick up the spike, it's all up to Blix to hold down that C side. The platform door is his stage. Avery able to outstage him there. Now then, trade after trade becomes 2v2. Avery flashing the backside just in case, but this allows the SR Dragons now to put that spike down. The Puggers have to go for the retake.
Well, now they're in a difficult position. What do? They push forward to CT. It's not planted for them, mind you, but they can find a pick. Free one off of this, and that they do immediately. Walk on water, not ready, not anticipating that push. Has it had his knife on out, and this turret is going to alert him to where Nanotopsy is. Checking the long angle, but they've got the crossfire on him from both peaks. And S1000 secures a second round to tie the game up here for SRD. Yeah, and S1000 slotted into the roster here for a map like this. They did it before. Bring out the Killjoy, bring out the Veteran. And for SRD, he was just so strong in the round. You were talking about the timings. It was just perfect against the Jet with the wrong knife out. It's good to see, though, a bit of extra leadership perhaps here for the SR Dragons. Another voice already with VCT experience in the hands of that Killjoy. And they equalize the odds. It's a Puggers now. All they have are Sheriffs, and they're gonna go for that aggressive play towards the middle. Unfortunately for them, no one close to home. Instead, SR Dragons move toward A. Yeah, and there's an alarm bot here, I believe. That's gonna, actually a turret that's gonna alert any flank potential coming in. So Puggers might just be ready for this.
Dangerous though for S1000. He can be the linchpin of the round here for SR Dragons, but they're in big numbers here for the Puggers. Eventually though, S1000 peeks on down, gets the takedown onto 2 near the tail end. And it's all left now to Scripps, who has navigated towards that A side. Does he surprise Avery though? Yes, he does. And maybe a 5-finger discount to pick up the rifle. Gets the timing, but SRD, a wiser squadron. They move away from A. They want to go for C. And well, for Scripps, this is not one chapter he wrote down the way he wanted to.
Yeah. Trapped here. S1000 knows exactly where he is. He's going to come out around the corner and meet his untimely demise. SR Dragons, they take the lead, finally, for the first time since, what, round 5 of map number 1.
Yeah, they got the first 2 rounds last time around. And now, they do get the lead away. Good position from S1000. Got a bit worried there for a second at the early shots, but then again, it's still the perfect positioning and some really good rotations here from SRD that has given them the past few rounds. They have 3 ultimates to work with. Lockdowns, interestingly enough, available for both sides, but how can the Puggers break the lockdown of SR Dragons with the composition that they have here besides maybe the Aftershock? But the thing is, it doesn't even do enough damage. Instead now, though, talk about the round and the Puggers.
Oh!
They shut everything down. They were ready for the B push. Here we go now with the lockdown from SR Dragons out of desperation. The Puggers have the numbers and they want to go for the push. Even the guiding light is a distraction. And here comes Nintops again with a takedown. Good flank though from S1000. The lockdown now finally broken. And what else will break? The Killjoy will fall the same way. Walk on water. Scripps is there to win out the last duel. And we tie it up yet again for the Puggers.
And ultimately, the lockdown doesn't work at all here for the Dragons. Immediately shut down. They find 3 picks, water falling, cascading, one by one after the other rather, on that plant attempt. They get the spike down, but ultimately just lose too many bodies early on in the post to be able to hold it out. Talked about the Aftershock. How can they use it to destroy the lockdown? They don't need 2 decks because they get a kill off of it anyways.
I was thinking about it, it's like, well, I guess that's the answer. If you don't really have the long-range bombardment to break a lockdown from afar, you gotta push it, and those early kills were the absolute answer. Now, this game looking a little bit different for Valorant. Ultimates all online, except of course the lockdown that was used in the last round. Avery though close to gravity well. The Puggers, they have an inkling that the B site might be in danger after everything is said and done. And the Astra does dissuade them at the very least. It's Avery now looking for Chongi, S1000. Also happy to try and play the long-range duel, but we've seen this before from the SR Dragons. They can play it slow if they need to.
Both almost fully stacked with ultimates anyways, Dax. Press X to win, perhaps, in this case. You've got more to throw out here for the Puggers' defensive side. Rolling Thunders on either side is going to be, I think, the big one to look out for, because that's completely going to change the playing field once either are thrown on out. B side could be committed to. They do have a potential to find the pick off, but no, it's Chongi who shuts it down. They have the Hunter's Fury as well to try and help them on the initiate, but S1000 also finding the pick here off on the Blixerino. Now Ninitops to try and play off of the angle. The post plant here now coming on in. They go for the flash. They don't actually get the spike plant down because Walk on Water and Ninitops, they find the pick a piece. They TP all the way towards this A site. Here comes out the Seekers as well. Nateflix, he's going to have to win this duel 1v1, but it's Ninitops who catches him on out. They know that he's way too far extended to try and stop this defuse. The Seekers are coming his way, but there's no time. A bit too far from the fight, and they simply defuse it without a hitch.
Yeah, the Puggers, they just played that so well. The Rolling Thunder was the show, and with the From the Shadows there, courtesy of Nateflix, Ninitops got exactly what he wanted. Psycho just fighting out the competition basically, and really, he got so much intel from the Seekers. Got that guiding light on, and as soon as Nateflix tried to escape, there was just no stopping the Sky whatsoever. The other Seeker, it already proved that Gabidiz was in a completely different area code. Some smart plays here from the Puggers to give them back the lead. The Blade Storm now heard though from Kuya Yawi. Slow didn't work a while ago. Maybe the SR Dragons can force the hand a little bit more heavy-handed this time around.
Well, we're seeing here this attacking side of theirs really wanting to apply pressure early on towards that B site. Maybe pull a bit of the defense closer to B to leave the actual deep anchors within either A or C site a bit more isolated. That's exactly what you can see they do. But instead of committing to that A site smartly enough, Ninitops here knows he's alone, falls back towards CT, gives it up. He could play Heaven potentially, but I think it's going to be smarter here to play for that CT retake, knowing that they have both the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide for that retake on the A site.
Yeah, the Puggers, they have a few answers here right now, despite the spike being brought towards his A sites. Kuya Yawi wanted to find a pickup or two with the Blade Storm, but the Puggers have a different plan. Congregate now. Make a line towards the link. Walk on water. We've seen the operator make miracles before. He's trying to do it yet again. Shot now on the Netflix. Get away with a great escape. And Kuya Yawi finally gets the punish on. Breaks the lockdown to the Cloudburst right now. And look who's right beside him. It's gonna be Chong. He does get the takedown. Makes it the 3v3 right now. But the Puggers are running out of time. They want to go for the defuse. There we go. Also with the Cosmic Divide. Gabby is though. The lineup's onto Chong. He gets the
player
takedown.
standing.
Second love here. Right, the whole thing's down. But the Gravity Well and all the stars and everything and anything that the SR Dragons can throw their way, they do so. So win it's out there at the very end. 4-4 now here, man.
Wow, neck and neck, a lot closer of a game than what we saw a while ago. And another scramble coming down to dire straits in the end of things. Walk on water here. Gets a pick off. It's Kuya Yawi who goes for that deep push, expending his blades to try and remove the lockdown, which ultimately did help quite a bit in that end of the round. So now though, look at this, everybody on the map towards this A site, a full 5v5 clash here on that alpha site.
Oh, what a handshake agreement, and here we go for the sprawl in the top already, and there you go, have it, 1 versus 2. It's gonna be SR Dragons though coming up ahead now with an extra pickoff. They got advantage,
enemy
coming
remaining.
clutch in the end. S1000 finding second love there. And well, the Puggers, they got the right call at the very least to fight on A site. But beyond that now, the SR Dragons, they move towards C. And we've seen this before. A good rotation to put them in an advantageous spot here, Black and Blue.
Spike
Well.
planted.
At least they were right on the money in that endeavor. At least in guessing, as you said, where exactly to make the call. But the ultimate problem here is the post plant 3v3. There's still a lockdown to use, but I wager that's not going to even have to come into pass. As he peeks this, should be an assured kill, and that it is. S1000 follows on up, and he's been having lots of these maybe kind of low attention but high impact multi-frags. Of course, that was an eco, but you see him end a lot of these rounds with 3 kills, and you're just wondering, where do they come from? It's from plugging in a lot of the holes that there otherwise might be on this SRD side that we weren't able to see them really put into effect during Breeze. But now at least he's stepping up to have that role, to have that mantle, and make things happen coming into this map now that he's into the rotation.
Look, there was a 1 out of 3 chance, and they made it happen, at least, the fights. But the SR Dragons now, they do have the lead. They do want to go for the quick execute towards A site yet again. Guiding light into the peak. Minitups now punished by Netflix. And the SR Dragons, yet again, carving quite the path towards A.
You
The
should
Puggers,
run.
they haven't really found the answer. But lockdown now gonna be into play. Chong, ambitious. Couldn't surprise Kuya Yawi in time. This is space created. Walk on water though. They didn't see this extra core that they could use. At the very least, Scripps find a way to get the takedown. There's the shock that the team still touches though as he dashes into the AoE of the dome yet again. Breach utility being a bit of bother here from Second Love. Netflix looking on up yet again. The SR Dragons, a strong position now to try and hold the line here, Black and Blue.
You can see them anticipating a peak here, potentially from the SRD side, but SRD, they know that that's not going to be the case. They know they don't have to peek. Here in the 4v3, why peek in this case? And all they have to do is wait. They get the pick off. They can play for the save instead. They know this round has been rescinded. No time anyways. That's at least SRD really finally securing a 2-round lead, which is a big surprise compared from Breeze.
Careful.
They're getting more and more confident right now. S1000 has been a beacon of leadership here to help out the squad. 13 takedowns right now on the Killjoy alone. And we've seen the pace picked up by the SR Dragons time and time again. Strong punish against the sky of Nintups or Psycho. We notice also that Alexander All hasn't gotten as much of an
Placing
impact to
swarm
play
grenade.
off Scripps in his aggression here for the Puggers. So those moments, really the SR Dragons looking to take advantage of, and Scripps now falls early on. Gabinez has his number. The garage now being pressured here by SR Dragons, but yet again we see it. No commitment as of yet. Look for other opportunities along the way.
Well, those moments They have to come a bit more abundant here, at least for the Puggers side, if they want to do a bit more. If they get another round in this half, that's going to be great! Look at this from Blixerino! A triple in his name, and this is his game! What a round for him already! And he's gathered information that they're going to be committing towards his C site. Now the retake is ever more so possible to be won by the Puggers.
The Puggers, they find a hero out of nowhere, and Blixerino, he found ambition, rewarded for it. Chongi now with a flag from afar. There is death and destruction. Nate Flix stuck between a rock, a hard place, and flashes his way, but Second Love, his heart breaks against the Omen. Another one bites the dust towards Nate Flix. It's all left now to the Killjoy on the other side. Chongi, though, looking for the defuse. Able to make it halfway. He's taking it. He's just gonna go for it. And Nate Flix crawls his way to the clutch. And the SR Dragons, they get on the board yet again. 3 rounds now to cap.
That was so close here, coming in for SRD. They still win the round though, but great job and a great attempt from the Puggers. I mean, ultimately, you get 4 rounds on the defense. Not bad at all. Could have been another to their name. Spray down from Blixerino is definitely going to be in the highlight clips. Ultimately enough, the round 1 here by Nate Flix in that double kill from him. That gets them at least the advantageous half at the end of it.
Unfortunate that Turret not getting the intel. Well, now though, immediately action on all fronts. SR Dragons come out ahead of it yet again. We've seen this be success for them. The trades happen, but the SRD, they always get that N1, that +1. Ambition though from the Puggers. Short now being held together by Psycho. He also has the Seekers. So maybe one more pickoff. And the Puggers can get all the intel they want. Through A long yet again with the spike. Gabby Diz clearing out the angles. Here comes Anaol. Finds Ahsoka already. And finds another kill along the way. All left now to the hands of Avery as we get the regroup from the Puggers. Seekers get the intel. Both members of the defense moving towards A-Long. It's a Caterpillar trying to crawl on in. Avery, though, ready to receive. Sees the first target. Turns around, but he's right behind you, good sir. As the Puggers will at least make it 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Didn't expect them to be both pushing the same exact position. That allows the Puggers to get their 5th round, and this is a pretty good half by all means. This is a great half here coming from the Puggers. Get 5 on the defense, and now you're in the attacking favored side here on Haven. Could really shake things on up going into, at least coming into the series. How close it would have been, and I'm not too sure we would have expected it to really go this way, especially potentially in the Puggers' favor. But SRD, for sure, as you talked about, Dax, they look a lot more confident. Some moments a bit too confident, as we see, Wave the Water maybe, like catch on out whoever is kind of overextending, but it's been a lot far and fewer between than we saw in Breeze. So great job here for SRD as well on their opening half. Let's see how their defense holds.
Yeah, every successful round has been something to watch out for SR Dragons, giving them a bit more confidence. And here they come now. Kuya Yawi, he was willing to fight. It's 4v4 though, as it's such a big crowd here from the Puggers. Natfix though, inside the smoke. Smoked out here by Ninetubs in response. Advantage now given to the Puggers. They also have the spike. Will be brought along towards that seaside. And Chongi is waiting for Gabby Diz just to peek. 4v2. Difficult endeavor here for the SR Dragons. So far away from the rotation even.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some way to maybe try and dismantle this long hold. 2v4. Almost undeniably impossible to be able to win this on out unless they just find an opening pick-off immediately here. But they're playing this slow, trying to clear every corner. One's unoccupied, little do they know, by the Puggers post-plant. This is going to be so difficult, as we said. Avery finds one, but he's stunned, still finds a follow-up. Chongi trades on out, and S1000 cannot connect from that range with a classic. He's slowly losing time. This round is done. He gets that pick on off, but he knows there's no chance in hell he gets this. Blixerino just adds a bit more to the end. 6-7, the Puggers come back.
Too much of a mob there in the hallways, basically, and just a long sprawl that SRD had to clear. Impressive work by Avery, left and right. Sure, he gets the takedowns, but an even smarter call here by the Puggers in general. They're happy to play the distance. They cleared out the seaside really well, and Then you have to play the numbers advantage. They're black and blue. With a pistol win right now, a big chance to try and tie things up. And look at them already invest. Spectres and a Stinger. They want to go for the rushdown yet again. And here comes the train, looking to stop at no station. The dash on in. Nateflix though inside the smoke yet again. Can't see anything. Will not be able to open his eyes even more so after that one.
Accidentally exposes himself there through his own smoke, showing a bit of his hood, and it's the only thing he sees before taking out. Avery is gonna get caught as well. The Dragons maybe find a pick here or two, and that's all they're really gonna be hoping for. 1000 holding on to the garage position. Oh, that's a great pick from Gabby D's. Not that we don't expect it at this point. He's been spectacular with a sheriff in hand. As 1000 finds a follow-up, and there it goes. 2 picks that I talked about, them looking to find. They do. The Puggers equalize the game now here, coming into their rifle round.
Yeah, a bit of a rebuy here for the Puggers. Besides that, though, now the SRD squad has the rifles in hand. And we'll see if the Puggers can still have the same level of confidence moving forward. Notice though that they love to play as a whole unit. They just want to push, make that space, courtesy of the breach, courtesy of the sky, and look to call it a day with a quick execute. The Puggers, I'd say they have a good arsenal to do so as well. Try and force that CQC, but this time around, they're getting some attention towards C site. Already Kuya Yawi moving towards that location, but while that happens, they're looking to crawl towards A. Gabby Diz though might be the one to spot them first and foremost.
Well, if you can find the pick here on the cross, that's going to be even better here on our defensive side for SRD. Doesn't though. Finds information, falls back, but this could be a bit too little too late, man. He's now caught out, but luckily for him, that dart keeps him at bay. Stinger in the hands here. Entry quick. 2 for 2 trade, but Blixarino gains him the advantage. Now there are 3v2 on the post plant. Rifles retrieved.
Out of the charges.
And SRD. This defensive gun round of theirs is not looking too well.
Now one step out there from the Puggers, and now they're even ready at Graffiti. Blixarino with another one, and Psycho finalizes the round to give the Puggers an end one, a bonus here as they take the lead back. It looked to be strong already from SR Dragons. Gabby Diz got a huge kill. He found the takedown towards the spike bearer, towards short, but unfortunately for him, just not enough of a reprieve. Too much pressure applied by Puggers on both sides, and they just kept cascading their way to eventually win that round. Timeout now called. There is no breaking the momentum of the Puggers so far in the second half here.
Well, so far, the Puggers on their attacking side have been looking so much better than the opening start that their defense was, at least aside from their 2 pistol rounds. Everything else so far, though, keeping that momentum near the end of the first half into the start of the second. And SRD, they're the ones looking a bit more lost now here. So timeout rightfully so called. A bit of an overcommit there on the A site. When the full heavy-handed push was coming, they pay the price for it.
Yeah, and you can see now, just no real return on that investment. The Puggers, we've seen this before. They get the momentum, and they get the rounds over and over again. The timeout now has ended, and we go back into the game. I'm just looking to see where these guys want to station. We notice that Chonky loves to leave a bit of that utility behind, make sure the flank is as covered as much as possible before the execute happens. Maybe SR Dragons can find the timing, but they do want to play aggressive instead. Fault line now to push towards the doors, but the grass now will be basically fertilized by the corpses here, courtesy of Chongy. 2 now, S1000 and Avery do fight on back. Like a 3v3. But really, the rifles, a big advantage over the sheriffs. Congregation yet again. 3 members now of the Puggers moving towards C sites.
That's exactly here the type of situation that SRD can still pull this back into. 3v2, weapons to be retrieved. That they do here from mid. If you can find the pickoff, that's going to be great. I'm surprised they don't go for the double option to go for the C long push. Considering it was a bit closer to them, they opt to instead try and clear out garage. Now, this is a difficult part about this. They're going to have to worry about C long, and you can bet in the back of their heads they're also worrying about potential from CT.
Placing
But
swarm
they're going to be
grenade.
split in that attempt
Swarm
right now.
grenade
It's going to be so difficult for them to win this on out. By all means, Puggers, they should have this round if they play it right. They
Yeah,
do.
Last player
Have it.
standing.
Long angle, but Gabby Diz
Oh.
does fight back. Timing is everything, and Blixerino eventually pulls out all the stops to get that final takedown. The Puggers have been strong towards C-Long. The SR Dragons, they're conditioned. They know that death is awaiting them in their corridor, but they have no choice but to fight. And here we go yet again, Black and Blue. The operator is out, not just on one, but on two, perhaps moving into the next round. A great call though by the Puggers
One
to
enemy
stop in
remaining.
their tracks before anything else,
Last player
and
standing.
yet again rewarded by early picks to give them the advantage.
Gabby Diz showing once again why he's just one of the bigger names we know in this current matchup. Always so potent in those situations. Look at Kuyawi. You can see it. He's toiling with the idea of peeking. Does so. Supported with the Aldrone. Dash is tailwind now off a cooldown, and that is the price he almost paid for. Luckily, the Hunter's Fury is there to try and help Walk on Water out, and just rather force him out and just barely gets him away.
Nice timing there from Gabby Diz, but we saw that before. Both sides going off with those warning shots. Nate Flick, though, he has to be very careful. If ever he jumps an inch too far, the op might punish him. Paranoid, though, primed as the Seekers are coming his way. And there you have it. Walk on Water, drowning the opposition yet again with the op. With the heal action, the lockdown, though, is committed by the SR Dragons. And the Puggers, they don't care. They're gonna plant it anyway. They have a lockdown of their own. They can go back to what they call home, C-Long, as they back on away from the site. It's 5v4 right now, buying a bit of time as the lockdown will get broken on the attacking side. Nothing caught here, though, by the SR Dragons. Aftershock, though, to try and force things out. Walk on Water yet again with the shot here to get the takedown. It's 3v2 now. The Puggers yet again still keeping the one-man uplift shit prop. And it's S1000 now. Can he hold the line
Last
here
player
versus the
standing.
opposition? Avery tried, but he'll be denied after a kill onto Ninitops.
Don't
2v1. The
interrupt my
taps to
work.
try and bait out the peak
Imagine
here,
if I
but
died.
no one will bite. No one will show. And eventually, Blixerino from the garage will show him the door on his way out. It's 10-7 here for the Puggers.
And that's what we were talking about, you know, coming into this game. That Astra is going to be so influential in the post plant, you know, having that gravity well to stall things on out, to burn even more time. And time is your ultimate resource sometimes, especially in a post plant. That is going to be a crucial part here for their post, and that we see it happened and come to be. Puggers 10-7. They force a very dire economic state here on the SR Dragons.
They're pulling away ever so slightly every single round. And here we have it now, desperation from the SR Dragons. They don't have the bias. They want to make the hero plays happen with this aggression. But the Puggers, we've seen this before. When they feel like there's pressure, especially on the lesser buy on the other side, they just regroup, play towards their own spawn, and now crawl their way towards C yet again. The playbook has been sound. Gabby Diz, though, yet of course, finds a takedown with the Sheriff. What else can't he do with that gun? But as it stands, the Puggers now
Spike
they get the
planted.
post plant going. And yet again, they're willing to push. This time around, though, towards CT, knowing the fact that C-Long has been controlled by SR Dragons instead.
Is the exact right idea to be doing in this case. They have the weapons advantage as well in that long range. Rolling Thunder, I think ill-advised. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, that is... This is something I see a lot of times, Dax, as I go on a bit of a tangent. Unknowing so. That a lot of teams, they try to use those ultimates like band-aids, when they should be more used like sewing up patches, you know? You don't try and fix something out of the blue with an ultimate, no, you try and secure it with it instead. If they found a few picks, then maybe I could advise that, but Sheriffs, 2v5, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, sometimes SR Dragons, we've seen it happen that they've been forced, or they try and force out these situations that really doesn't solve the problem. Maybe it can get something done, but it isn't as secure as you'd like. And what we've seen instead from the Puggers, security is their guarantee or your money back every single time they have a chance here, Black and Blue. They crawl through Silong and they're like, oh, C-site's ours. Cool. Let's just go. The guiding light, though, doesn't get the info. Kuya Yawi might get a good surprise here from up top. He gets the takedown. Gets knocked down now to the ground as the kill wins out. Chongi, though, will find him there. And it does become a 4v4. The Puggers have made it towards an A site. S1000, though, catching Second Love as he puts the plant down. Blix Arena now might be next on the list here as the Puggers eventually force the pulse plant out. The aftershock is there though. Walk on water, ready for the aggress. The right click immediately eviscerating Nate Flakes. He doesn't expect Avery though to swing him that close, and it leads now to the SR Dragons to eventually stop the bleeding that has been started at the beginning of this half.
Finally here, SR Dragons, they answer back, retaliate, and stop the bleeding, as you'd say. On their end, defensive side finally working out for the first time in the half, really. Yeah, that's what, 6 rounds straight. The Puggers have won to come back into this, 7 if you count the round right prior at the end of the half. So, they didn't even need the Rolling Thunder in that case, but it comes to help him out on anyways. Chongi capitalizing there off of that information given. The rest of the SR Dragons really looking a bit cleaner.
Well, tidying up their act at the very end. A bit of recovery, a bit of patience, and this time around, the SR Dragons, can they continue from that 1-round win? The Puggers immediately playing it safe to start things off, giving a bit of false intel, putting pressure towards that A side, getting even a bit of utility, but Netflix now the jump there to get the intel. S1000 will remove the rat along the way as Walking Water falls down. Kuyawi though spotted by Chongi. Netflix still fighting on back, but he's caught between a rock, a hard place, a star, and even an aftershock. Now the utilities fall in favor of the Puggers. S1000 inside the smoke. He wants to be as aggressive as possible, but that nebula dissipates right in front of him. The backside's now held together here by SR Dragons, but the Puggers yet again. Home ground is Silong. Here we go for the 100th time. It's the Puggers standing in every line as Gabby Diz tries to fight. The fault line's there though, and the Puggers now put themselves 1 round away from moving into the group stage. It's match point for them.
And this is why the Puggers are so effective. Even if they lose that prior round, it doesn't stop them. It doesn't halt their confidence. It doesn't put an end to any of their means. They just find whatever they can do to make things on happen. Great execute there on the site initially, right? As we saw the stun, that gravity, well, rather the concuss coming in from the Astra, and then just after the pulse, aftershock, after that they make sure the CT run out is going to be guarded. Everything here, all openings being left open, are not going to be too exploited as of yet. Walk on Water finds one, and Chongi goes down in retaliation.
Oh no, S1000 hopping around like a bunny, now slain as he just hops there. Well, the Puggers, they proved themselves here, my friend. The gravity, well, even a cosmic divide, I believe, to just cut the map in half. There you go with the setup. Gabby Dizdal fighting back, but then it ups just right in front of him, and it's the Puggers who will take the 2-0 win. They're the first ones out of the open qualifiers and into the group stage. From Pugs to the big leads. Welcome to the group stage and welcome to the Puggers here in the VCT.
I am very glad, excited, exhilarated, and happy to say, welcome to the VCT, Puggers. Finally, we've got some new faces, some new blood, and some new exemplary talent from what we saw here today. We talked about the SR Dragons being by far the favorites to make it out of this series, at the very least to win this series. And they are going out, but down to the lower end of things for the meantime. Just an incredible showing from a relatively unknown team, and this is exactly what the VCT circuit is about. It's giving hope, giving chances to these teams, these players with dreams, and we get to see that here. And, well, what we thought was memes from the Puggers has become a reality. These guys are making it to the VCT top 8.
Yeah, don't let your memes be dreams, and, well, what a show of force here from the Puggers overall. Big props, though, to Blix Arena and Second Love. Both of these members instrumental to the success of the Puggers. It was a team game from them. We were talking about how the Astra and the Breach just gonna be able to combo up. go for the stalls. We've seen it on both sides. I still remember just the no escape scenario for Netflix. There's a gravity well, there's an aftershock. Where do you go? Just basically absolutely nowhere. But the SR Dragons, they still have a chance. They're black and blue. They're still lower bracket, and we've seen some strong performances from individuals. S1000, especially in that last game. Good to see him back into the VCT fold here in the Open Qualifiers, and good to see him perform. But the Puggers, man, overall, just the better team today from start to finish. And I think that's the keyword right now. When they start going, there is just no stopping them. 6 rounds, 7 rounds, they take them all as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, we saw an improvement from the SR Dragons as soon as, we saw S1000 slotted into this, and we can't really say it was all on him. But, I mean, the numbers don't lie. He was super influential, especially in that early half, top fragging at the end of it there for the side of the SR Dragons for this map specifically. But it's really, I guess, the star of the show, Puggers as a whole. From a team with only one player really having some sort of VCT experience there in Chongi, they have really impressed and, I guess, just overpassed our expectations. Incredible stuff here coming from the young squad, the new roster, the new guys, the new kids on the block. We've got something to prove. We've seen this story work out spectacularly in the past. I recall the name, even though they're a big org now, common name, a team like Naos back then during stage 1, nobody knowing of who they are, coming into the fold, making it to the grand finals. That is the same kind of star sparkles that these team, the Puggers might have.
Dude, every single year there's always a team like that. It's seems like some younger faces or some unknowns in Valorant, maybe a bit of that experience in previous titles, but hey, I remember a team called maybe Dreamfire back in the day, and you know where some of these players are all around right now, both in franchising and in our invites in the group stage itself. So perhaps just another example of the potential of the PH scene. And then the Puggers, they proved themselves so well today from how they executed, how they stood against some of the clutches that were coming their way, especially from players like Gabby Diz. And they looked at the Dragons in the eye and they said, no, not today. We're gonna be the ones to get this win. So big congratulations to the Puggers. A 2-0 to begin the Open Qualifiers and to make quick work of the SR Dragons as they're knocked down to the lower bracket. So we'll be seeing them tomorrow in the redemption match, if ever. But I just have to say, we saw from top to bottom, it wasn't just one player. Sure, Scripps was absolutely impeccable, especially in the first map, but that second one there on Haven, that was a class effort from the team.
Wow, well, it definitely was. I mean, impressive to say the very least, but I am also looking at some of the matches we have tomorrow. That means Sanguine Rebels Dragons go down to the lower bracket, as you said, to fight Abaddon Abyss, one of the teams that we got some actual, I guess, experience on in terms of some of the names on there. We'll touch upon that when we do get onto it, but this delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is the Puggers in this case, and Ninitups, my oh my, what a player.
Yeah, Ninitups or Psycho, I don't know what name to call him, but in this case now, well, it's quite a win indeed for the Puggers. They delivered swift work, especially as soon as we saw that second half string of wins. And big congratulations yet again for the Puggers as they move on to the group stage. But to touch on what you were talking about right before we saw that segment, that's really interesting. You have the SR Dragons on one side and Abaddon Abyss, I believe that's mostly a Cebu team actually, on the other side. So a lot of representation there if ever we get it tomorrow. And you're going to be tuning in on that. But we still have one more series to go here, Black and Blue. One more team to figure out who's gonna move on into the group stage, and I believe that's gonna be Athens Apollo versus Sky Encore Esports. Some familiar names on both teams, especially that latter squad, and honestly, I can't wait for that one to come in just a bit.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. I mean, we've got a bit more to be watched as Zach just talked about after our quick break, but I'm just excited to be rather elated that we get back on here early in the year. It seems like we're starting these things earlier and earlier as we go. I remember year number 1, kind of like a bit more, you know, quarter number 2, and now first month of the year, we're back in the VCT PH.
Look. I did not expect I'd be casting this weekend, that's for sure. I did not expect
Definitely.
to be somewhere that isn't my place, but hey, lo and behold, we make it happen. And these teams are making these great games happen. We know there's still more to come, though, in quite a few moments. And well played here by the Puggers. They deserved it. They take this 2-0, and we'll be taking you guys into a break as we move on into the next match. Dax Black and Blue gonna sign out for now, and we return. It's gonna be more of VCT PH, so keep an eye out. We'll see you guys then. I can't believe I'm saying this, but welcome back to VCT, guys. It has been such a long wait. I am just so happy to be here again. And of course, look at you, Mr. Fluffy, looking so handsome today. Aw, even got the peace sign going on. Oh yeah. Absolutely. And again, we can talk about the teams in just a little bit, but I feel like there's something that we kind of have to get out of the way here first, Fluff. Oh, actually, I got mesmerized there just a little bit by Fluffy's daring looks. But again, guys, the excitement is still piling on. It is insurmountable at this point. I think we had actually a pretty crazy matchup for the first game of the day. I feel like it was a little unexpected, especially with the way it turned out. But as Dax and Black and Blue mentioned earlier, there were some very clear strengths that I feel like SR Dragons could have really turned up. But hey, it is the open qualifiers. Literally anything can happen.
Sure, and anything can happen, and we have to remember that you can check out that little thing that's just popped up on your screen right there. Grab Unlimited, celebrate great wins and great food, and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. You can use the QR code right there in the corner of our little screen.
Well, that's right, guys. It's right there for the taking, so I suggest you do that very quickly, or else I'll do it myself. I mean, come on now. We have a lot of great games ahead of us, and of course we have that beautiful grab QR. This is the broadcast that keeps on giving, and again, I've said it so many times, we're just so excited to see whatever is going to happen.
Yeah, and speaking of broadcasts, you can check out the official list for all our broadcasts here. The English broadcast on twitch.tv/Valorant_PH, and the Filipino broadcast on Facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH, or on YouTube for both at Valorant Esports PH.
So guys, if you fancy the other broadcast, as of course we have talent across the board. Again, the Filipino broadcast is right there on facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH, as well as youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. And if you guys are a little confused on which broadcast you're looking at right now, it is the English broadcast. My hair's getting in the way, Fluff. I mean, I feel like
bad
the
hair
audience.
day today.
Yeah, it is absolutely. I think the audience has seen me struggle many a times now, and I feel like it's gonna keep on going too.
Well, it's going to be a struggle for a lot of people today because the next match that we're going to be casting today is going to be a tale of two teams. One is a team that has some experience, but the other is going to be what they're going to be struggling against, a very experienced team in the form of Sky Encore Esports, which has a lot of familiar faces for those who follow the VCT.
Oh yeah, and I feel like we did talk about the SR Dragons earlier and how that matchup went. Maybe we'll see that again with the, as Fluffy mentioned, the upcoming matches. But hey, who knows? Open qualifiers can be as unpredictable as it can be. I think the map veto is going to come by around soon. But do you have any expectations, actually, Fluff, with this pretty much young upstart team versus the very, I would say, grizzled and experienced core that Sky Encore have?
I mean, Sky Encore, when you look at their lineup, they have veteran players. You have Rabbit and Kelly S, formerly from RRQ. You have Eugene S, RU from APH, as well as Disrupt. And this team are players that have the experience to play at this level against the top players. So honestly, I'd be more surprised if they kind of underperform, to be honest. But on the other side, you're familiar with some of the players here, especially a lot of up-and-comings, even from the acad scene.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we talked about it a little bit behind the scenes. Snash, who is a pretty mechanically gifted player here that we are really, really excited to what he can bring, because sometimes, no matter what game, actually, no matter how strategic the opponent is, when it comes down to it, sometimes you just gotta put a bullet between the eyes.
That's true. Sometimes a simple and effective strategy is the one that works the most. But I think overall, it being a team game, the chemistry that SE has really built is something that will be tested. And I don't know, I would be really surprised if they falter this time around, if I'm being super duper honest. But it will obviously depend on a lot of things. Some people have a lot of surprises with their agents and even the maps. And speaking of maps, here is our little map of Vito with Ascent and Fracture. Gonna be, I believe, removed. It's a very good ban, I think, Ascent. You mentioned a bit earlier behind the scenes how Ascent is so basic that if you play it into these veteran teams, it's something that you will struggle against because they just have so much experience on it. Fracture is another map where it's very execute heavy, and if you're not prepared to take the full force of your opponent in an instant, it's tough to recover from that situation, especially when you're defending. Pearl, though, is going to be the next map that is going to be locked in, and SE will be picking defense. I'm very excited for Pearl because it's one of the newer maps in the map pool, and I think there's a lot of flexible agents that you can pick there.
Absolutely, and I feel like this is true for every map one we're going to have. But more so Pearl, that it is probably one of the maps that, again, it's very recent, so it's not as explored as something like Bind, right? So ATH, they're really gonna have to lean into the shock factor here, try to set the tempo against SE and make them adjust. And I think this is a really smart ban to get Breeze out of the way. Again, if we talk about the players on Sky Encore, Rabbit has been, again, recognized as one of the more stable callers in the game. We've seen quite a few impressive plays from the teams that he's led all throughout on Breeze on many iterations. And Icebox being banned out by SE themselves, I'm kind of curious why they would do that, because I feel like Icebox is also one of those maps where veteran teams have the definite advantage, especially at the highest levels of play.
I feel like maybe on Icebox, they're scared that although they have the tactical advantage of an experience of a veteran team, it's still a map that relies heavily on aim duels, and this lobby just has a lot of cracked players. If you do start losing some players left and right, then the strategy doesn't matter as much if you lose that man advantage. But at the end of it, we're going to end up playing on Haven if we do reach there. It is a best of 3 after all, and that is a very, I would say, locally, a very explosive map. It's not necessarily the most popular internationally, but here on the VCT PH, it's one of the staples.
Staples indeed, and I feel like we've really made our number on Haven. Again, a lot of teams to credit that for. The old SV Empire, that's really made that I guess, a trademark for them, a stronghold, if you could say that as well. And it's carried over across all our teams and has honestly given us quite a bit of an identity on that map, as well as the approach towards that map.
Yeah, it's a map that requires a lot of explosive gameplay, and just because we play it so much here in the local scene, every other team just has to learn how to play against it, so then it becomes everyone's favorite. And that's how everything rolls here.
I feel like another interesting question when we really think about it, like how does the local meta stack up against the international meta? And of course, starting off with the open qualifiers, I feel like there's going to be yet another evolution point to assign to our very own region. There are still a lot of new names that quite a bit of us have not really seen in the, I guess, the upper echelons of competition, but this is their proving ground. This is why we have OQs, and my goodness, I am still gonna say the same thing. I'm incredibly excited. What can they bring to the table? I feel like the younger teams also have that, I guess, lack of fear to innovate. Sometimes we think about honing our sharpness when it comes to the how to put this? The safer plays, right? Whereas if you're a newer team, you kind of have to put yourself out there, experiment as much as you can to really get that success.
I think there's also, like in the mental game, a lot less for them to be stressed about. Like one thing I mentioned earlier in the broadcast is how I would be very surprised if the Sky Encore team does subpar because their roster has that veterancy. But that also comes with a lot of pressure thinking, oh, people will probably think we're going to make it. But that's not how this tournament goes. You know, like you mentioned, this is the proving grounds. And there are great teams such as AA who can really put a stop to a lot of these plans. And for them, since they're kind of like the underdogs going into this, it's less stress on you because you really have nothing to lose. If you win, then you just go, yay, go for the upset. If you lose, it's fine, you know?
Yeah.
You go next.
Expectation brings weight. Absolutely. And that's why playing ahead is also such a key skill to develop. And I'm not saying that this is underdeveloped for any of these teams, really. It's just something that they have to emphasize because as a player, too, when you're getting rocked by a relative unknown team, that's when you start doubting yourself. Like, hey, wait a minute. Haven't I been here before? Haven't I been through the loops many, many times? How am I supposed to recover from this? And again, Valorant, it's really a lot of momentum and mental warfare.
Yeah, a lot of momentum, a lot of mental warfare, but also just a lot of your mental has to be, we are going for the win. It's not just going to be given to us. We still have to do everything that we can because we are both in the open qualifiers right now. So both teams are on the same playing field. And now that we know our maps, and we do know especially for the more familiar faces, we know their strengths a bit more. But maybe like us, they are not so familiar what the strengths of their enemy team is. So AA might have a lot of surprises because you also have that room to make more risks because, again, less pressure, less expectations, but also less history. People are not as aware of what can happen.
That's right. And, you know, Fluff, you sound like you really know what you're talking about. Have you ever considered coaching?
Sometimes, maybe in my dreams.
Maybe in
on
another
like a
life?
strategic level only.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. And wow, already an early Yoru pick on the side of AA here. Fluffy talked about surprises and curveballs. It does look like they are going to start this game with their gloves off. Meanwhile, on the side of SE, I feel like they're going to go for a bit of a slower approach. Jet on Pearl is something that I'm fairly impartial to. I feel like there's other duelists that can do a bit of a better job. But if you want that immediate space taking just to give your team, again, said space, then go for it. Why not?
Yeah, a lot of interesting agents. You mentioned the Jet. I think it's pretty good because you have the ability to at least have an AWPer that has an out in some form on your team. It's also a decent duelist. But yeah, I had to agree there are a lot more efficient duelists that you can be picking. But there still looks like on the side of SE, they're still deciding which initiator they're going to be going for. On the other hand, though, going for the Yoru surprise pick, as you mentioned, as well as the Astra and Viper combination. Not as popular as it used to be, especially with the addition of Harbor and a lot of ways that people are learning to move around the map, but it's still a very powerful it's a powerful, not necessarily addition because it's been in a while, but it's a nice thing to see. It gives you a lot more options as well.
How am I on two different broadcasts?
I know,
it's insane.
it's like
It's
you had
insane.
a little transformation right there.
And again, guys, that's a bit of a preview there. If you guys want to go jump over the Filipino broadcast, you can absolutely do that. But if you want to stick with us, then stay around. But talking about that agent comp fluff, we saw the double controller. I feel like on the defense, they really have to be the ones to push the tempo here because, again, naturally they don't have that anti-flank. And a lot of map control can really go in their way despite what side they're going to be on.
Yeah, and speaking of sides as well, I noticed that on Yoru, just like how other teams internationally would play it in combination with the Breach, a lot of long-range support coming out from them. They have Astra utilities to push them out of corners, as well as the snake bites from coming out from Viper. They also have the Breach and flashes to help out this Yoru really succeed. And Breach used to be, or actually still is, I believe, on this patch, the counter for KJ and her ultimate, isn't it?
I think he is the legal counter. Anyway, talking about this lineup on, I believe it was the side of AA, I think one of the biggest things that we have to consider, Fluff, is that this is such a high execution requirement to run this comp properly. Because as we've mentioned, especially on the defensive side, they don't have any natural info givers. So again, it's really up to them to really reach the ceiling of said comp. Meanwhile, on the side of Sky Encore, I feel like this is way, way more stable, way more reliable.
Yeah, a lot more reliable and a lot more space that they can get with this lineup that they have. They have a lot more time that they can play with and a lot more utilities that they can throw out to really stall out and get the most value out of the round. But as I say that, it looks like they're going to show some presence here up onto the B-Link side. Kelly S, though, already prepared for them, pushing back slightly risky, but luckily for him, the enemy team has already been falling back to take some B-long control.
And this is pretty much indicative of that signature rabbit calling, I guess. There's a lot of poking and prodding, but not necessarily a lot of commitment. But as I say that, they already lose an important member in the form of that KO. So now they might just have to lean towards a site or maybe gamble on a hold here. But I love the patience by AA. They already got the pick, but they're not forcing their hand here. They're still somewhat holding everybody on this A site. And now everybody else on that A squad primed their attack, but that turret is going to give them away. Is it going to prompt to rotate? Yes, it does. We talked about the utility and the pressure it
30
gives.
seconds left.
This is definitely going to give Disrupt a bit of a difficult time, really.
Yeah, but now he has a bit more time on his hands as well. As the utilities do fall, it does give him an opportunity to go for a swing here. Eugene S already prepped up with the dash, tries to go for the wall bang as the spike goes down. It does eventually make its landing, and he has to be forced to rotate and wait out just to make sure that he can get a clean retake out of this.
Love that. It is incredibly clean on that retake, but Corazon here is breaking their hearts left and right, getting a quick double just to make this post plant that much more easy. But Eugene S staying true with that Sheriff, only finds one as Nash has helped pick the team apart. Rabbit, the lone Sova on this defending team, sees one, has to push the tempo here, has no real choice, but this is looking so dire. This is pretty much a round in the bag for AA unless we see a miracle. I don't think that's going to happen right now.
Oh man, they played that so well, so disciplined as well, just going to play for the time and fully commit to just win the round. An important round for them to start the momentum, especially with a young team like this. But when you see how they're playing, I feel like because they don't have the info necessarily after they lost that fade, they really had to just default out the round.
Yeah, and again, losing Kelly S so early didn't really give SE the chance to mitigate it as early as they could. I feel like cleanliness, as you mentioned, is going to be a big theme on the side of SE. I think one thing that we haven't really mentioned too is the more you expose yourself to the scene, whether it's through competing or, again, at the highest level, right, you become a lot more composed. So AA having a fantastic start. This could potentially get the ball rolling for them, but what happens if they fall behind?
They're going to lose momentum for sure. And as we're speaking of momentum, looks like the train of defenders are already rotating, taking that T-spawn, walking and trying to get as many members as they can to fight since they are limited with the firepower that they possess. Rabbit already going for the jiggle here, but Nash will be the first point of contact with his teammate Shiga on the side, going for the 1-2 punch right here, just jiggling and peeking off each other. A beautiful Valorant coming out of this. Disrupt gets one for the trouble though. Brought very low. Shiga has to play his life, smokes it out to go for safety, but the whole team is already here. It looks like a little showdown right here as everyone's just looking through this one choke. No one else, no presence, no nothing, but the time is already ticking and running out. They're just going to go for the exits, I guess, but It's gonna be very difficult. If they do win this exit frag, though, it's a lot of economic damage, even though they get the win. But I think that they are actually too far from this spike, and they don't necessarily have to run through these spawns.
I was about to say that, as you mentioned, the exit routes, right? You would think that they might go B-Link for a safer approach towards the round. They already got the picks, but running into close range, even against Classics, is something that you have to respect, no matter who you're playing against. But again, incredible stuff there on the side of Sky Encore. At least getting a little bit of eco damage. Actually, I take that back. I feel like they could have done a little bit more. Usually, you get the 2 picks on a round like that. That's considered okay. But with Classics in hand, now they have a lot of Vandals and rifles abound. This might be a little more fair. What is the defensive layout going to look like? Still a 2-on-2 split. So maybe this is going to be yet again another default heavy approach on both sides.
True default, but it looks like the early orb control is going to pay off for the defenders as Sova gets to walk away with that. Rapid getting a bit more for his pocket, more value in that Hunter's Fury as the attackers are postured to go for that A split. Getting control already of Art as they drone out or use the Prowler to clear out KO. It looks like a bunch of poking and prodding. One of what you mentioned earlier, a lot of defaulting. No one really wants to lose this round as it is the bye round and both teams are on those Vandals. So it's not necessarily, it's the round you can't throw this one, basically.
Basically, I love it. You know, down to business. No beating around the bush. Don't throw the round, guys. You're right. Just don't do it. But in any case, the default has, again, changed its mind. Now they are trying to work on B here. Again, the beauty of double controller. You can just pressure with the utility all day long. Double controller. A lot of action that's about to happen. But Sky Encore, they're planted towards B pretty firmly here. Nothing to stop the peak of Eugene S. And Tomix gets destroyed. Sheikah gets absolutely annihilated. His Corazon does get the trade, but now they have to hit this site with a bit of a, I'd say, crutch here. Low HP on some of their members too. AA getting stopped dead in their tracks. They can't even enter the site. Time is winding down. The bullets, they finally take Eugene S, but he's done his job. And the rest of Sky Encore, they clean it up, and they get that high prio round that we were talking about.
Even though they lost one member early, Eugene S held that for so long. Not only did he get enough kills to reset his dash, he actually bought enough time just jiggling and going for those non-committal fights to make his whole team rotate. That on the off chance that he did fall a bit earlier, his whole team was just there to fulfill their duty of defending the site. But now as we move on to the next round and look at the buys, still a lot of rifles on the board for both teams. AA now have to make their play. Though I think for them, it was very unfortunate that the Aftershock did not land in the correct places. But it looks like this time around the defenders are going for more of an aggressive style, already tucking Eugene S in the corner.
Bit more of a forward stance. I think what I'm surprised, Fluff, is their preference to go for the contact play when realistically they still had more than enough utility. But man, no utility here, just a raw gunfight going in the way of Sheikah here. A bit of vengeance after Eugene S did cull that offense down, as we see a bit of a stare down happening towards mid. A lot of utility being expended, but Disrupt going for a bit of a daring swing gets Tomix. And now it is pretty much an even playing field. They still have that Rolling Thunder. If they choose to commit that, then this could potentially sway the battle towards their side. But a very quick adjustment here on the side of Sky Encore.
There.
Yeah, it looks like AA is now. Oh! Yes, and he just gets caught with the util out. Sheikah taking it out so quickly. They get B control, or at least B link control here. Rapid gonna try to make a play out of this. There has no recon available. Might get timing here. He does manage to get one. He looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Rapid gets two actually, and Aryu eventually closes out the round with two of his own. But a great attempt. But so I think they just slowed down too much when they got into the B link.
Considering they already got the pick, right? I mean, Pelias was such a pivotal pick there. They're like, all right, guys, we got rid of the flash, we got rid of the retake potential, or at least stifled it. Maybe this is where we start pedaling hard. But as you mentioned, with that hesitation club, it really allowed the repincer. Rabbit getting as many kills as he did still allowed the rest of the team to once again adjust. I feel like this is where the veterancy is so apparent. The on-the-fly calls and the on-the-fly plays. Super confident in doing so.
True, when you're a man down, you have to go for a bit more risky plays. But now that we're starting around with everybody just nice and healthy, the Rolling Thunder is still available. Some contact being made now on the A side. The Aftershock going to be ready also. And so smartly, Ryu just chooses to back off. He can go for the spray here, but gets faked out right there with the Yoru clone. Kelly S trying to get some more. They're going for the quick retake here, but no one is necessarily on side, but they're just going one at a time. Rabbit able to get two again, and they just defend the A side. They have control fully, even off the front side, and it's really getting a lot of pressure, but it's up to this Viper, I think, who's going to go for the flank up onto Art, as RU is just going to be spotting the side. Tosto eventually gets spotted out by the recon dart. Ooh.
That's unfortunate. I feel like that was just a great read on both sides there. But Eugene S again cleaning up the round. And I feel like if AA keep playing at this speed, I feel like Sky Encore is going to have a grand time. They're very well known for the rhythm that they're keeping right now, the stability as well that we mentioned. So maybe AA just need to be a little more aggressive, maybe just full send it once, you know, show them that they're capable of doing that and make SE respect the solid hits.
True, I agree with you fully there. They really have to change the pace of which they're playing, because the way they're playing right now seems to be into the hands of Sky Encore. And again, playing against these veteran teams, you don't want to give them that much time to react, because they'll probably react quote-unquote correctly. But Sheikah going for the more aggressive style. Looks like they're taking some of your advice as they push and take early control of B long.
Shut up, Asarai. Oh, sorry. Muscle memory. And again, we look at a hit towards... I think they had the right idea here, right? But we mentioned the pace. It just feels like it's the exact same speed, and now it's allowed Disrupt to replant that alarm bot. They do expend the ults here, but a lot of utility coming to the way of AA as well. They get chipped down by the Hunter's Fury, but it's not enough to really deter the hit, as Tomix is going to use that Rift Walking as well as he can. Disrupt already finds Corazon, a very important find here, as Nash is gonna get that plant without any issue. This is gonna still be a bit of a doozy, as that wall is gonna barely come down, and now they go for that full long plant. The flashes are gonna come into play here. Kelly S trying to lead the charge, but unfortunately gets domed by Tomix. Eugene S gets Tomix. The trades are coming in, but so far AA playing this so well, Fluff.
Yeah, even trying to go for more, but unfortunately the shock dart as well as Kill Come Disrupt opens it up for them. Sheikah though now in a 1v1 gets the two teammates. Rabbit left alone. He knows he's in pillar, but he has to go for the tap right here. Has to hold it down. Will he jiggle? Goes for the jiggle. He's holding the angle. Not enough time playing it correctly. Oh, spaced the wrong side though. Oh my god, Rabbit still gets him in the end. But not enough time to secure the round. A bit of hesitation from both teams. It looks like they had a plan going in. Okay, guys, we're going to go really fast. We're going to be long. Once they did get control of it, though, and they did explode, it felt like the post plant was just one big chaotic fight. And in the chaos, the Rabbit did rise and eventually land the final kill. But fortunately for AA, though, they do secure that round, equalizing everything to 3-3.
Taking it slow has proven that the Turtle will still win that race. And I honestly thought that this had the potential to go in the way of Sky Encore there. We saw quite a few clean trades, but unfortunately that was not meant to be, as the operator is going to come out on the hands of Eugene S here. He is going to try and find some immediate value. I feel like we've talked about this on air many a times. I feel like the operator, if you don't get value at the first 30 seconds, it is just so hard to maneuver around the thing.
True, it's not a weapon that you'd like to have going in to hold, to like take an angle. You'd much prefer to just hold an angle with that operator. But they're planting in a very unique spot right now just to get it down really quickly. And it looks like the defenders just gave it to them, as Kelly S already has control of the flank. Will he be expecting there to be a player though? His teammate already on the ready though. Sheikah gets timing right here. Doesn't know that one slot, but now he's surrounded both sides of the pillar. The pincer maneuver activates Rabbit. Eventually decapitates Sheikah right there. But unfortunately for him, KO does fall. Kelly S can be resurrected though if they play this correctly. They do have time to bring it up, but the Viper Spit is gonna give time on the other side of this. Will they check the close corner? No, he won't. Caught out once again. Nash, wait, where did he come from?
Where did he come from indeed? A bit of a sucker punch on the side of Sky Encore, as I would say there were a lot of unconventional angles being employed here on the side of AA. and it worked beautifully. But it now does look like this B site is a bit of an Achilles heel for Sky Encore. They have not been able to really contain the post plant, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna adjust anything here, Fluff. They're still gonna go for a 2-1-2 split here, potentially maybe just a 3-1-1 if I saw that mini-map correctly. As you mentioned, all the angles of attack that AA have been using is just something that SE have not been expecting at all.
I feel like what SE is expecting is honestly what I'm kind of expecting, which are a lot of these more quote-unquote regular angles, but it looks like a lot of the places that AA are choosing to play and are just a lot of these unexpected areas. If you don't check it correctly, then you just get punished. And Shiga already going for some early prodding information there. Spots out the drone, gets take out the drone eventually though. But it's a lot of time that they're burning here. The spike they did leave on T-base, so they have a lot of options still to work with. Maybe they're going to choose to fight this since they are kind of on the lower buy. The Prowler going to push out Rabbit to take some space. The Aftershock to get more support. It's a lot of util just to take this small part of B long as they go and fight onto Eugene S as well. Atomics still trying to go for more. This is a lot of utility that they're throwing here and a lot of presence also that they're putting in to the round.
Absolutely, and now all those players have to rotate away from the site, and I'm glad that A did identify that their B hits have been fantastic. It's gonna be even better now that SE are operating on very, very weak weapons here. Not to knock on the judge, but against the Vandal, it can be a very, very difficult task. As they do march in, A here, Disrupt, still hiding in the dugout.
30 seconds
Doesn't
left.
have too much in his back pocket either, so it may just have to come down to the brawl. But Sky Encore being so patient here, just waiting for this plant to finish, waiting for that flank that could potentially come to fruition here. But look at the anticipation on the side of AA as well.
Yeah, already prepared for the flank hit right now as Tomek is going to be holding Art.
Oh!
Eugene S though eventually gets 1-2. The
One
knives
enemy
come
remaining.
out so quick and the right click just ends it. He has the dash available now. It's
enemy
3v1. It's going to be very hard. Oh no, but Tomek lands two bullets remaining. He knows that he has to be happy
No
with
way.
the bomb, right? Will he go for the stick, right? Oh, and he goes for the stick. Those don't fake. Eugene S secures the round and gets 3 for him as well.
That is some mental fortitude there. After getting, I would say, tossed around on that B side, they once again make a statement. Hey, don't do that. We still have a lot of tricks up our sleeves here, but the scripts have been flipped as it is going to be AA holding on to
One
Sheriff
enemy
this time
remaining.
around. And again, just a quick look at how that came to be. As I mentioned, the anticipation on the side of ATH was really, really good. But, man, Sky Encore, they were on their heels.
Yeah. At the end of the highlights there, I saw Eugene with the little micro pop and peek right there, just trying to get some more distance before landing the shot. But as I say that, AA eventually does call it the tactical pause. They have more time for them to breathe and to discuss what they're going to do. For me, I think that they just need to commit on their utilities, because I've noticed that whenever they use the util, they use the breach stun, they go for a flash, etc. Sky Encore, instead of choosing to fight in it, which is what you'd want them to do, just decides to fall back. They are very, very comfortable just giving space to you because they're very confident that they can retake it. Because once you throw util to take the space, they know that it's their turn to dump all the util back and try to retake it. And just, I think that's a confidence thing as well as just good calls for IGLing, because it's better than just standing in the stun.
That's true. And at the same time, with the predictability that the Athens Apollo team is really displaying, it's turning the utility, instead of a threat, into just a tell. You know, it's giving enough time for Sky Encore to adjust. But this time around, they still go for a little bit of pressure towards mid. My goodness, words are difficult, as this attack proves to be a challenge. Kelly S looking to find success this time around. Not playing that close angle like he was a few rounds ago. But Rap has already crept up behind Corazon, and now Spike. Uh-oh. I think that's kind of dangerous here. They have to commit utility now. If they're trying to save it for the next round, this is just going to hurt their economy even more.
They're going to try to go for some kind of play here to at least retake the spike. They smoke it out. That way they have a way to go for, or at least a small passage to make it. They do get the spike, but they did have to waste the smoke for it, and they have to now air close. They're able to land one though. Will they get more? Eugene S, though, too quick on the trigger, eventually gets shut down by Nash. But I feel like overall that's kind of favorable for AA, weirdly. Because I feel like because they have that 2 controllers, they still have options to move around the map. And they
30
do
seconds
remove
left.
a lot of the players who are currently on the B side. But as I say that, it looks like the defenders are already going to just run and bolt and make their way to make contact as one of their teammates is already there for the flank.
Unaddressed, and a bit of a weakness that this comp inherently has.
One enemy
As
remaining.
Athens Apollo getting picked
Spike
apart
down,
by
B.
the
10 seconds
suspect
left.
position. Toss, finding that frag onto Kelly S. And despite everything that they did to work their way towards the site, it is still Sky Encore convincingly taking that round. I feel like the lead on the side of Sky Encore is kind of deceptive because they are leading in terms of how to control the stats, to lead the dance per se, right? Because it seems like AA is just playing into them at this point.
Yeah, I can see that. But also, I feel like even though it looks like they're the ones
enemy
directing the
remaining.
flow of
Spike
the
down,
map
B.
majority of the
10
time,
seconds
in fairness to AA, they have a lot of good responses. Because when you look at it, yes, they are winning, but it's only by like a round right now. So this is far from a runaway game, and it shows more that AA are really here to fight for what they think they are going to get. And it looks like AA are going to open up with an amazing initial fight. Ooh, and a really,
That was
really
so
close dimensional drift, going in for the stun, as well as the blind spot. Tomix is in a great position, but chooses not to reactivate the ultimate and reveal himself just yet, just using it to get more info. And just by doing that, it forces the defenders to back all the way, and they already have control of the A orb.
There is a Killjoy and a KO waiting on these rotational avenues per se. A lot of utility being expended towards that B link. Maybe considering that an art take would be highly unlikely, but that is an avenue that they can definitely go for. Toss here, waiting for the would-be aggressor. And the timing is not going to be friendly for our Jet player here. As the rehit on A. This is something that we haven't really seen Athens Apollo do as much, but we are now finally finding success. As Sky Encore picked apart, Disrupt all alone to his devices,
seconds left.
nearly whiffs that, but
Spike
still
planted.
manages to eke it out in the end. And now this is a double angle that he has to really be aware of. Sheikah gets that trade frag. Once again, the fundamentals also showing on both sides here.
A eventually stabilized the game as it is currently 5-5. I like their change in pace and strategy right there. They kind of realized that SE likes to take space even on the defensive half, and they're just ready and waiting for the point. As you see in the replay here, beautifully getting the site and already protecting the flank. Disrupt, though, with trying to make a hero play at the end of it, but there's just too many angles to cover, and there's not enough time. But speaking of time, 5 seconds remain, and as we look at the weapons, SE is now being forced on that eco. But for players like these sheriffs are very deadly.
Deadly, lethal, fatal. We haven't really seen too many of those shots connect as of yet, but times can change very, very quickly here as Tomix going for that double dip. The utility support on Athens Apollo, very, very well done here, as they're really holding the opposition to just one position. No flanks on any of the sides here. And Kelly is looking to test this block just to do a little bit of eco damage. Unfortunately, damages his own team. By losing that advantage there, Chica will finally swing, gets everybody towards that mid side. Sky Encore here, still trying to find just one more frag could make this a very acceptable round. There you go.
There it
Okay,
is.
eco damage.
Yeah, and he does pick up himself a rifle with this as well, I believe. Will it be enough, though, to salvage the round for SE? It is their eco, just to remind everyone at home, but in a 1v3 and with one smoke in his pocket, RU still has a chance of getting something even greater. If he even chooses to, he still has the Cosmic Divide, but it looks like he's just going to be safe. He has the option to save the Vandal as well if need be, but I think he's still deciding. It's a lot of angles for him to check. They could be anywhere right now. He doesn't have that much information. He's already pinging out water that he might be pushing out CT, but it looks like even the attackers are already prepared for this angle.
I like the activity on the side of AA. They've been very, very aware that since they lack a traditional sentinel, a lot of these clears have to be, again, full-on committal ones. As RU shaking in his boots, quaking in his boots right now. The exit avenue has been blocked by him. But there is a strong
Last
resistance.
round
This
in
time
the
around, though,
half.
they just kind of played cool. No, nothing sacrificed, or at least nothing else lost side of AA. That was already enough, as we mentioned. I can't believe this mid-fight was so drawn out, though.
I respect their confidence though, because when you normally are facing an eco and you know that literally everyone is in one place, generally speaking, most teams will just choose to avoid them, run
Back
away,
off,
don't
yeah.
take the fight, back off, don't give them guns, nothing. But AA instead, because they recognize we have a breach and a Yoru and a lot of other fighting utility and even the gravity stuns coming out from Astra, we can just fight this. And yeah, they just stick out the fight, they get enough picks, they back off when they can, and it looks like this time around though, they're kind of expecting a bit more fight coming out of SE, but they're going to go for a more defaulty play on the side of the defense, which has really netted them a lot of rounds here. No big brain, no too aggro pushes coming out of the defensive side. This time around, a more thought out and strategic way, as the Prowler does come in to make contact on Kelly as trying to spray down to get some damage here, but nothing really lands. And just a bit more defaulting, a bit more working the map.
Yep, absolutely. And if we notice too, Sky Encore, they're very, very adamant in holding their positions. We never really see any over rotations from them. They are playing off all the hard info that they can gather. And on the side of AA, I'm really happy to see that they found a very practical use for the Yoru, because most of the times Yoru can feel incredibly gimmicky, but he seems to mesh well with this double controller, double initiator setup. And here we have the Rolling Thunder. We are going to see the AA hit. Rabbit trying to hold it off. Even finds one with that Hunter's Fury, but Chica's going to find Kellyas, who's not had the greatest aiming days. Rabbit once again with that signature Hunter's Fury kill, tearing it up for the defensive team. And now AA, despite getting this post plant, they are going to be hindered as Eugene S gets another kill. Toss is watching his teammates die left and right, but he is the bastion of hope. He gets a big double here. It's down to a 2v2 still. They have quite a bit of utility. They can honestly go for this Cosmic Divide, but Toss will throw Ryu out the window. And Disrupt, he is sweating bullets. He's trying to divide the angles as quickly and as carefully as he can. He finds the raid boss, but where's the breach? He's gonna be stunned. He's gonna be flashed. Disrupt not having a good time here. Still trying to find the damage, but all it's done is give Toss that big 4K.
What a huge
Switching
play coming out
sides.
from Toss. Just like you mentioned, being the bastion of A right there, just holding down the fort, landing those crispy shots, and even having enough mollies to play for time at the end of it. You can see here on the replay that they go for the split off the Rolling Thunder, and ooh, the mid-air kill coming out from
Last player
Toss.
standing.
Crispy plays coming out, even the third.
My goodness. The young star looking to make a name for himself already. And AA here taking a reasonable lead over Sky Encore. Now we're going to see a potentially different approach, perhaps, or maybe a different philosophy on this attacking side. They have a lot of info, or rather info gather in comparison to AA here, so they can pressure very, very safely. This time around, I feel like AA is going to be forced to be as aggro as they possibly can. And now a hard stack towards the B side here. Tomix, I'm pretty sure he hears that turret. He does get a goosh on one of the players on the side of Sky Encore. And wow, Kelly S really not having the greatest of games here.
Yeah, just brought low already with still 1 minute and 12 seconds into the round. Not a lot of space that the attackers are taking. They do have belong for them though, and as you mentioned, they do still have a lot of info coming out from both of their initiators. On one hand though, I think there's a lot of value from the KO suppress, because even though they're playing into so many abilities, if you get suppressed, you can't really use any of those. They already clear out back hall with that knife, and Eugene S just dashes onto the side. Sheikah trying to get some space, trying to spam through the smokes, get some early damage, but they're already going to be planting and prepare themselves for the post plant with the 1 nano swarm as well as a star set for them. Eugene S also falling back, knowing that they have the B long control and they can just play off each other's contact. This is going to be a rough retake or even fight in general for both teams, it being a 5v5. Oh, the nano swarm gets taken out. That's huge. Now they're pressured to play for time. The spams are going to come out. Eugene S not landing. They can just stick this, but the shock dart, will it land? No! Only one player died before the spike was diffused. And at the end of it, they're just trying to get more from each other. But wow, that one nano swarm breaking ruined the entire attacking post plans.
I got enough
That
time
was
to go into
crazy.
The
And again, with the killjoy on the enemy team, it is going to be pretty obvious they're going to do that. But to handily find it in the most convenient fashion, well played here by AA. Sky Encore, they are playing on the back foot here.
Glory.
Again, not a look that I expected, but AA being a very, very pleasant surprise, Fluff. Despite being the younger team, right, they're playing this incredibly, again, for the lack of a better word, maturely.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing again versus these very veteran players and experienced teams who've been on this level many times before, but it does not give them any less of a shot. And as we see here, they already landed enough shots to make it an 8-5 in favor for them. Winning the pistol also gives them a great advantage coming into this one, but it looks like with this A main hit, Boss might have to land another 4K again to defend. Oh, not needed. He just utils them out. Just throw the snake bite into the poison orb. Already buys enough time. And speaking of time, already 1 minute left and still not enough map movement coming out of the attackers. Even Belong is pushed up. They know exactly where they are right now.
Oh, what a Cypher impression. You know, I remember watching you set up all your Cypher stuff. You had the greatest of times. That was very enjoyable for you and for everybody else. As we take a gander again towards the game, as you mentioned, not a lot of meaningful space taken by Sky Encore, to be honest with you. They're still going to be walking into the brunt of AA here, but if they can find the divine timing, that they do. They get one, but the judge is waiting, and we'll keep on waiting. I don't think that was substantial damage, but where did Eugene S come from? This is going to prompt them to explode on the side. Cannot find the follow-up on topics here. And this is falling apart. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed. We went from where did Eugene S come from to where did Eugene S go really quick. 6 seconds, they still have enough time to stick the plant. Now in the 3v2, Corazon though has control of the flowers area. The Spectre is going to be so valuable in these close areas, but not in 4 Disrupt, who already landed shots with Trigger, trying to get more, but they line up. Shiga now in a 1v1. They're both so low. 1 HP, essentially, 1 bullet that separates both of these players. Whoever clicks first is going to win it for them, but time is on the side of the attackers right now, and this judge is so big. On the tap, he'll know the location. Does he smell him, though? Oh, this is a lot of overthinking from both teams just to play it safe, and she got the end of it, just decides, nah, this is not worth it. I'm out of here, guys.
Peace. And as you mentioned, could not find a whiff of anything. Just Chica a little too clean, a little too sanitized to give his position away. But the round has been stolen right under their noses. Well played on both sides there. Really came down to the wire. But I was about to say that if Kelly S lost to a stray bullet to a random wallbang, then I would just assume that that is going to be a heavy toll on his back. He's been the victim of unfortunate timing the entire game. And that dink at the start of the halftime swap is just one of those moments where you think to yourself, are you serious? Like, of all the people who did that quad swing, it's me? Come on now.
True, sometimes everything aligns, but speaking of lines, this one very big and green line that we see on our screen is just splitting the map. With a shorty behind it, we'll toss peek into it though.
A lot of aggression towards mid, maybe perhaps assuming that Sky Encore are gonna once again hit this because they have rifles, right? So the fights are definitely going to be leaning in their favor, but they've slowly crawled up towards a main here. Maybe potentially gearing up for a contact play, but with all that utility in their hands, I doubt that might happen. The patience on both sides really something to admire, but the movement has been initiated. This time on the side of AA. Despite being on weaker weapons, the confidence has not waned. And Disrupt will get 2, maybe 3. He does force trouble, but Nash tickling him and making him laugh out of submission as Ryu is trying to get Nash, the last person alive here. Could still potentially find value with a shorty. Again, so low. A gentle breeze could knock Ryu over, but he is just too strong.
Too strong indeed, and SE a very valuable round for them. Now only 1 separates both teams, and in a way momentum is swinging back in SE's favor. After losing the pistol in that fashion, they decided, guys, We're winning every other round starting right now. If you look at the replay, Disrupt getting so much value as it looks like the ads are running at him. Ryu gets a cheeky angle to eventually finish off the round. Now that we're on a full buy, though, generally for both teams, it seems like this is the type of round where they either have to change the pace of which they're playing, or they have to start adjusting really quick. Because at this level of play, the team that adjusts the fastest generally wins the game.
Yeah, adjustment speed is such an important game theory across the board for any game really you're looking to play at a competitive level. And at the highest levels, we see it's a 2-round adjustment, it's a 3-round adjustment. It's really insane. But with the pace going in the way of Sky Encore here, I wonder what they've started cooking in that kitchen, because with the eye test alone, they're going for a pretty standard hold here. And Sky Encore, they haven't really been swayed, or rather dissuaded from repeatedly hitting A.
On one hand, they could be conditioning their opponents that we're going to always take A, and because we have so much info on our team, we can rotate around it. But on the other hand, it just might be the safest way that they can get space that they know that they have been able to take. But as I say that, it looks like they're going to be taking more space. The Recon Dart, or you're going to be revealing Nash, pushing him back, as well as the KO Knife. A lot of utilities being used here. Atomics already for the ready flash in case they do eventually waterfall into this Nebula. Nash, though, still trying to find his place in the world as he has to back off here onto the flowers. But a great angle coming from Atomic. Gets him one, gets him another one. He has the cross as well and the dimensional drift. Now in the 3v4, 2v4 actually. Eugene S lands, falls actually, and it's up to Toss to get the 2. Then they clearly can see where this Astra is.
Oh dear. And ATH doing a great job of keeping their heads in the game here. Sure, that was a pretty wild momentum swing those last 2 rounds, but they remain strong, they remain unfazed. This is going to be, I believe, the first timeout for Sky Encore in the entire game and in the entire half here. What can they do? How will they, I guess, ease themselves into this situation? Because, as you mentioned, they did use A as a bit of a conditioning tool. But with that being stifled right then and there, do they push through with this plan or look for another area of the map where they can pivot an offense from?
It's a tough call, honestly. You have so much info that you could be getting. So the tac pause could maybe not be saying a strat that we should do this, but instead just get info here and here so we can figure it out. And if they do this, then this is our reaction. But it's a weird time to pause because you're also pausing at a round when every player in the lobby knows that you have the lockdown and cosmic divide available. So it also gives the other team a bit more time to breathe and figure out, okay, guys, in case they use the lockdown and the cosmic divide, this is our reaction. So it's kind of awkward because it's kind of telling of what they can do. But I would expect a very good adjustment coming out of SE regardless, especially in how they react to things, more than just laying out a plan.
That's another thing about being a veteran of the game, is that you're going to be incredibly confident in these making these calls, because I'm pretty sure AA are aware of it, right? It's just, have we done this before? How many times has this worked? Just so many things happening on the, I guess, the gray matter of all our players here. But again, very, very adamant on taking A here. Eugene S might not expect the early resistance, but with all that utility being spent, they will eventually push him back. And now that is going to be incredibly committal on the side of Sky Encore. They take this patiently. They even take the orb just to be as thorough as possible. The flank, I believe, is a little bit delayed, but they did not expect Sky Encore to be this ready, this rabid to take this site. I thought they were going to push all the way through dugout, but instead they do find themselves in a more disciplined position. Ryu gets the lurk, but will get traded out. And now Eugene S looking to once again solidify his name as one of our more prolific fraggers. Gets 2 for him for his troubles. Now Nash and the rest of AA, they try to crawl in towards Art.
I'll find you.
So far, no dice. There is still a nano swarm that they have to deal with here. That is going to be popped almost immediately. The alarm bot gets discovered. Great reaction time here. Very wary of the crossfire from dugout and A main. But this is still incredibly difficult despite still knowing. Oh.
We have the Storm ultimate available though on Rabbit. He's playing so far away. He just has to listen for the tap, and the Hunter's Fury will activate, but there's not enough time for any of this to really go through. The SE just really committed everything for that round. Not only their lives, their economy, but they used all their ultimates. I too was kind of surprised, as you mentioned earlier in the round, of how they didn't just full send it into CP and they just dropped onto the site.
Last player.
If you see here, a lot of great shots traded back and forth, but I also think that ATH read it very well. They know that Sky Encore just goes for A most of the time. So they left the Yoru in A, but the Yoru already had his TP out in CT spawn, so on the off chance that they explode, just as they did, he just went out. So no one really had to go out of default aside from the Yoru. It's actually really smart.
I feel like if Mario had survived that, that would have made it near impossible for AA to go for the retake. But again, there's things with a lot of variance that can happen in Valo that just really remain so difficult to call. And my goodness, Toss, despite getting a clean shot, gets melted down here. It's actually Nash pushing the tempo with that Spectre, finding Eugene S, but the trades are so quick. They still have not found the repeat offender that is Nash. And Officer Rabbit is going to arrest him. Disrupt as well, being the deputy of the action. And now we have just a lone standing player on the side of ATH to try and salvage this. Again, we've seen crazier clutches. Sheikah does have a Vandal in his hands and has two smokes, rather a smoke coming his way very soon. Despite that, though, he still has a lot of things to deal with. The mollies, again, Rabbit's ulti. We still see shock darts coming in through as well. But if he can find a clean duel here, then at least they get some eco damage.
Yeah, but I think he's going to eventually just decide to fall back there. The Recon Dart and other utilities just too much to handle. The Vandal, so much value if he can save it into the next round, which it looks like he will. SE, looks like after the tactical pause, they're really going for the discipline. We're going to win the round at all costs. The round before this, they threw everything in the kitchen sink just to take the site, and this round they even decided, you know what guys, it's okay, even if it's a smoker, we'll just back off and all of us will just hold A main, secure the round. That's all they care about, secure the round.
And again, you said they threw the kitchen sink this time around. They bought another one, threw it again. Very deathcore of Krieg. No cost is too great. March forward, nothing else matters. But now a pretty even scoreline, Fluff. I've loved these exchanges, though. These have been incredibly interactive. None of these have been fairly dead rounds. There's been a lot of intention being shown on both sides. And we do hear the Blade Storm pop out. So this is going to be a bit of a warning on the side of AA to be a little more careful. But wow, Tomix, he does not care.
He does not care, but he will play the discipline angle. He will choose to back off eventually, not repeat that. Still getting a bit more control of B side. I like how they don't have a sentinel, so they kind of use this Yoru like a sentinel, where he plants. He just holds an angle, and then if something happens, he just has the out. He can just TP out.
I'm bouncing.
Yeah, so they go for the clean retake, and they can just retake with him off the flash in the breach. But as I'm talking about that, there's already 1 minute that has been burned onto the round. A lot of mid control for the attackers, but not a lot of map movement. Just everyone waiting for something to happen, but no real instigators from either team. It looks like Disrupt is going to volunteer as he does take some space up onto the double doors, but there's already one player waiting on the opposite end of that. Maybe even two if Fade gets enough time to rotate. 40 seconds are all that stands for the next round, so they really have to come up with something really soon. This one-way is just impossible to push through, and with that Prowler,
30 seconds
it's going to
left.
secure that there's info. They know it's the KJ as well after that Nano Swarm, so they have a bit more room to play with. On the A main side of things, though, Sheikah is going to be the first point of contact. Gets timing, though, on this. Oh, and the second one.
Whoa.
Oh, but he misses the animation, and Eugene lands the first shot. Corazon, though, able to trade him out. The flash from Kelly S going to allow him to cross here, going for some
10
sprays,
seconds
but you have to plant, man. And eventually, he does stick that plant, getting the SE momentum back, but against these sheriffs, they still have to be very careful. Disrupt, again, good for 2. Now in a crossfire, Toss cannot cross this. Tomix, though, trying to go for more long-range engagements, but I think they're going to go for more exits. It's not enough util to really go for something, and the Recon Dart going to also be slowing them down quite a fair bit. Tomix still trying to get more, but
One
eventually
enemy remaining.
Toss does go for the swing, gets traded out by Disrupt, claiming 3 for himself. But now this 1v3, not a lot of things that Yoru can do, and as we mentioned multiple times, SE, they're just going for the secure the round. Like, we just get the map, guys.
Yeah, Tomix got hit by the boys there. As soon as he tried to peek, oh dear, I am getting double swung. It appears I am in a situation where it does not favor me. But in any case, now Fluff, they have 3 high impact ultimates here. They have Rolling Thunder, they have Nightfall, they have Viper's Pit. So they could be incredibly passive this time around. Again, they could literally just give SE any of the site really, and the retake's not going to be that difficult. And on the side of SE too, if they want to go for a hard hit here, it's a very big gamble because as I mentioned, these are amazing retake ults on the opposite end.
True, but one of the ultimates for the SE side, though, is that null command, which can remove a lot of the options coming from AA on that retake. They do have the tools, but if they're not able to use it, then Kelly S with that KO ultimate might be able to just literally shut them down. But also, it's a good point, though, that you bring up these ultimates, because depending on which one is used first by which side, it's kind of equal, but the momentum shifts a lot, you know? Like, sure, you can fade ult and you can Rolling Thunder in to retake the site, but if there's a Hunter's Fury stalling you after, or even the lockdown ticking, then is it worth it? Or should we not use it? It's going to be up to their instincts, and if they don't hesitate to make the right decision, and if it's the right decision to really change the pace of this round. This interesting recon dart, though, that Rabbit is going up for our lineup tutorial right here. This one, I think, is going to land somewhere onto the B side, or maybe it'll spot out mid link as they go for a mid link play.
I'm pretty sure you covered that lineup. And I was about to say that the mechanics of this matchup are who's going to pop their ult first, basically. But it's been set in stone that it's going to be Kelly S. He's very, very courageous in doing so. But like you mentioned, now they're not going to be able to shut down a retake if that's going to happen, because they did get that Cosmic Divide up. This is going to be a fair bit more difficult, Fluff, as that, honestly, with the Killjoy lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, they need to be in varying distances, right? KJ obviously having to be quite close. Man, Kelly S really would have been the glue to that post plan.
True, but they use it so early that now it's just going to be an ultimate fiesta right now. Chica eventually does get disrupt. Kelly S trying to call out for more. No ultimate, as much as we've seen as compared to bullets this round. Just going to play time and play fairly standard here, but Chica's already brought low. Not enough time, I think, for them. Do they?
No. Well, there were two ways I would have expected this round to go, and one of them was to just go for full contact play. Let's commit our KO ult as soon as we hear, or at least we get good posture. Maybe play it a little more forward when they do get that online. But with him actually entering with it, I feel like messed up the rhythm of ATH. They're just by a little bit, enough for him to sneak that round away. But a breadth of ultimates, big abilities on the side of Abe might just swing them a few rounds in their favor.
And a few rounds is all they might have left, as when you look at the scoreboard right now, we are sitting at 11-9, SE inching their way to victory for map 1. The recon dart going to be coming out to get that B link control or B side control yet again. On the opposite end, Nash can have an eye for his own and get some trade info right there. Knowing that no one's going to be playing mid, they have to be stacking outside of either B or A, but with Astra already holding down and Tomix holding the fort for them, it's going to be, I think it's a bit telling already that it's going to be a B hit. But if the defenders recognize this, playing at this range with these weapons is not going to be favorable at all.
That's right. They literally have the pantheon of ultimates on their end here. So a lot of patience is going to be displayed. The biggest thing is to just not give up man advantage here. Any situation that would force them to use any of these ultis, really. And what a shot by Toss. This man is super online. He has been so clean. Now Tomix has to push the tempo here. Toss again gets a kill off screen, and that's gonna be huge. That's the lockdown away from play, and he even sees Kelly S here. A crossfire has been set up. Are you trying to salvage the situation? But Kelly S, he's also quite alive, quite robotic, unfeeling for every victim he's finding here. And now down to a 3v1 here. Sheikah not a stranger to these situations, and he does have quite a bit of utility still in his back pocket.
A lot of utility indeed, but does he have the time or the ammunition? Eventually, Kelly S turning into the Terminator that round, destroying all the defenses of humanity, leaving SE at the ultimate advantage of match point.
Oh dear. How long are they going to hold these ults? I feel like not only they've been kind of playing into, not really playing into situations. I feel like there were a lot of situations that presented themselves to be, we should ult. You know, we should ult. Just to stop the momentum, just to do something about the offense. But sometimes these things are way more apparent to us. Everybody watching from home, everybody having a bird's eye view and whatnot. It is so difficult to be in the spot of a player, to be honest with you.
true, but that is the test of what we are trying to figure out and who will qualify at the end of these qualifiers for the VCT PH. And as we say that Eugene has already opened up by taking out a very important player, one of their 2 controllers. They do use the Viper Spit to secure the art contact, but the attacking Killjoy will... Oh no, go for the detain on the swing. Kelly S gets an important frag for this team. Now no more smoke. Rolling Thunder coming to play, but Eugene S disrupt. Just clean it out. Just a quick round, just like that, playing off the Killjoy ultimate. It's not, AA didn't even have time to use the ultimates.
Yeah, and again, sometimes when you hold it in for too long, it only becomes one of your biggest deterrents, or I guess one of the things that will make you a little bit antsy. I mean, yes, they're big ults. Yes, the rounds have been taken. I feel like that was the only visible mistake, to be honest with you, with AA. They played every round and every adjustment so well up until that final stretch.
I feel like in the final stretch, especially the second round before the match point, it felt like they had gained or clawed back some form of advantage early in the round. Or even that SE wouldn't attack, so they would have the info that, oh guys, they're not committing yet, they're probably here or there. But they weren't able to really work around that info. And then they just get surprised by the quick burst coming out of SE's team with the recon darts, the pop flashes, and just the heavy execute, which probably comes from the experience that they have playing in teams a lot. It's just an insane amount of coordination that if you're not prepared for, you get caught off guard. And unfortunately for AA, they didn't have enough room to breathe, use their ultimates or other abilities, because it just ended really quick.
Yeah, could not breathe is one of the things that we could describe that situation for AA. I feel like it was really confusing why Sheikah had to be the one to peak. Again, the confidence is there, but if they just had that Cosmic Divide, then maybe things would have gone differently. Had they, once again, just used their ults, you know? It was there. It was really there. I feel like they were, how would I put this? They were really hoping that the contact would get them more value, or at least a little more pressure alleviated away from them. But I kind of hate saying this, but it is what it is. This is still the first map. We still have quite a bit of a series ahead of us.
Well, if anything, this series really showed that AA has a lot of fight in them, and their ability to bounce back into the game will be something very valuable if ever they do qualify into the official VCT circuit. So moving on to map 2, after this Pearl, I think that a quick mental reset, and they know that they have the firepower. It's more of the decision making. Speaking of decisions on the screen, the highlights so explosive. I personally like Toss's play in this game. Rabbit as well, making good calls and good decisions. This Nano Swarm round was the it was a chaotic one, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And outside looking in, right? We talked about how Rabbit can lead teams, can make the right call, and is basically a winning player, right? We've seen him succeed. We've seen him touch heights that very few players have. And just the stability that he brought to take this away from AA really has been a sight to behold. One thing that I want to highlight on the side of Athens Apollo is the firepower coming from Toss. A lot of times, it's not usually the controller player to bring that to the table, but they have that in spades.
Yeah, they also have 2 controllers, which are both the higher impact kills or leaders for their team. It looks like a lot of value in putting these players in these positions, able to play off their util, but also just have the aim to back it up. Even Sheikah here, we can see on that Astra. RU also on Astra. A lot of controller mains stepping up this game.
And I wonder what the talk is going to be for Athens Apollo. Will it be, well, hopefully we're gonna be witnessing them come back for a second map, right? Because again, one of the topics that would potentially show up in their discussion is, hey, we were so close. To be honest with you, they were so close. It's 13-9, but it was closer than a lot of people would think. But Kelly S coming online at the right time. This was one of the suspect plays, though. Why would it be the Astra to take first contact of the breach utility? I feel like that was so strange.
Objectively, yeah, I'd have to agree with you, but regardless of what happened, eventually SE does deliver the win, especially with Grab Unlimited. And SE's Disrupt is going to be our MVP for the first map, as he does show has high impact kills. I remember seeing him on the flank, being able to hold down the site, but also getting 2 or 3 kills, regardless if they're on eco or on the buy round. Just amazing gameplay coming off a great player who's also a great veteran. I think Disrupt is actually a very underrated player. I think he has one of the best. How do you say this? Like team-wide utility usage out of a lot of players that I've seen on the scene.
Very, very willing to assist teams out of a sticky situation with his own investments. And that is, once again, a hallmark of a great teammate, a great player. And I feel like another thing that's fairly underrated, Fluff, is to watch the broadcast with you not having a snack. You know, go grab a snack. The QR codes were right there, guys. You have every single avenue to get your food and enjoy the broadcast, whether it be the Filipino broadcast or with us. I'm pretty hungry, though.
I am too, and I think we'll be hungry for more after a quick break where we move on to map 2, where we will be featured on Bind.
Ooh.
Are you excited for Bind?
No, I hate Bind. I absolutely hate Bind. I am so happy it's out of rotation. I think the map is disgusting. I think people who like Bind are... I'm pretty sure they're good people, but your taste is something that I don't agree with.
I mean, I like Bind. I think it's going to be great because it's not in rotation, so we get to see it one more time here on the Open Qualies. I'm very excited to see it when we come back.
When we finally come back. Again, guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome back. You are joined by me, of course, Raph, and my very handsome, very gifted, very talented, very intelligent, and all the adjectives you could throw in the way of Mr. Fluffy02 here. I don't know why there's a 02 in your name, Fluff. You're number one in my heart.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that on broadcast where we are live
Yes.
here. And
Absolutely.
Very excited to see the continuation of our series. We saw in the first game the potential that AA has, but coming into our second, we're going to see if they can really make up for their loss and really come back stronger this map.
Oh yeah, I like that you did point out their potential because I feel like a lot of us have again expected SE to be very advantageous in the situation, but it seems that they had to approach the game in a much more cerebral manner, not just go full W key, full send, as A has really made them respect the composure that they've shown despite being a relatively young team.
Yeah, I mean, young teams means that they're hungry for more. And if you are hungry at home, you can check out Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. You can use the little QR code there in the corner of your screen. And it's a great service, especially if you're here, just pop in some snacks, watching some VCT, and it's going to be a great time with me and Raf on the English broadcast.
Absolutely, and if you guys want to send your love to us, you could make it in the form of Grab. The QR code is right there. The first month is only 9 pesos, so I don't know what you're waiting for. Send us all your food. We are getting hungry. And of course, guys, it's not just us that's getting hungry. We also have our Filipino broadcast. So if you guys are very, very generous, you can send them some love too by, of course, going to facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH. YouTube is also an option.com at Valorant Esports PH. But of course, you are watching the English broadcast right here on Twitch as well as YouTube with both me and Fluff.
Yep, 2 options, a lot of options for either. You can check out the English broadcast, as Raf mentioned right now, which is us, or the Filipino broadcast for our other talents. But speaking of the talents that we have, a lot of talent is still left into the lobby for this game, and we do know that the map is going to be Bind. What are your thoughts on Bind?
I hate Bind.
Okay, great.
It's right there.
Great segue
It's right there. What are my thoughts on Bind? I hate it. Get rid of it.
Why do you hate
it.
Bind? Because apparently they don't, so they picked it.
I'm not them. I am me.
Okay,
This
why do
is
you hate
the-
Bind?
Okay, so on a serious note, I feel like Bind is... It's very unrefined as a map. It can be very janky to play. So it does make strategies for it incredibly, I would say, complex to a point of fault. It's convoluted as all hell to play at times, especially with all the utility getting thrown in your way. And I feel like going into the sites, the fights are not as enjoyable or as fluid in comparison to other maps, you know, especially the newer ones. Honestly, the newer maps are fantastic.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Normally, when you're making a strategy, especially as a pro team for a map, you always have the notion that if we take space, we're giving up space, and
Not on Bind.
they have to go somewhere else, or it takes them a while to get somewhere else. But just because how Bind is designed, they can just decide to push B every round, and if they don't lose it, or if they do lose it, they'll just TP, and then they're in A. So it's
It
a
is such
very
an interesting
interesting map to defend, and it is honestly one of those maps where fighting for the site is more important than fighting for things outside the site.
Yeah, control is such a strange topic on the side of Bind because on one hand, right, you mentioned teleporters, you can honestly sway the ult economy by being more aggressive towards the orbs, which we've seen many times and many teams actually employ into their strategies, but it does kind of come back to that, why don't we just hit B? If we're not hitting B, we can always rotate towards A. So with that being said, if you're trying to anticipate these types of, I guess, micro adjustments and behavioral type of stuff from teams, your positioning becomes incredibly awkward because for you to successfully hold the post-teleporter play, if you take, let's say, B long, right? Now you'll have to be either super far removed from shower if you want to go for that aggressive stance, or you can sound spot. In any case, you're going to be stuck in a position where you don't want to be in anyway.
Yeah, one team will always have the option to just instantly move from one spot in the map to the other, and the other team will always be forced to respond by rotating, by manually walking to the other part of the map. It'll always give advantage for whoever TPs if they get the momentum, and just because Valorant is so momentum based, and because there's so many agents that can close the gap, especially like Raze, very popular in a map like this, it's something that can be abused by a lot of teams, and it's also a very explosive map because when they do decide that they want to commit somewhere, the amount of utilities that normally the lineups that agents are brought up on Bind can bring are just insane.
Yeah, I guess it's really in a category where there are many great nuances to bind, but once you start really putting them together, suddenly it becomes incredibly convoluted, as I mentioned. And now we try to take a bit of a look here to find clarity on the compositions of our teams. Your double controller still, Fluff, on the side of Athens Apollo. Very, very, I guess, accustomed to that type of play.
Yeah, I'm actually more surprised that it's both teams who are deciding to go through the same song right now. It's literally the same lineup, I think.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And there's going to be a lot of options from both teams. They have the contact flash to play with the Sky Info. And now that you can't really destroy the Trailblazer, or is it Trailblazer? The
Yes.
flash? Yeah. It's going to
Oh,
be
no,
very...
that's the guiding light. Or, yeah,
Guiding
yeah.
light, right. So if you can't
burb.
destroy the guiding light, it's going to be free info. But also, there's so many smokes that
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult to really push out. They'll just stall out by re-smoking things.
I feel like with double controller, right? There again, as I mentioned, fights in bind can be a little rigid compared to the other maps. With double controller, it's going to be even more restrained. I'm just curious how they're gonna approach this, right? Because tempo is obviously one of the biggest things that separate teams. So far, the speeds have been pretty similar, but the way they take their sights, I feel like I think a Sky Encore that takes a lot more forward space, but not to the point of overextension. Who knows? Let's just use A as an example, right? They might take out rather go for a showers play after they've already gotten the plant, just so they can have a double up on that default plant. Whereas I feel like on AA side, they just kind of hold towards one side of the map in general.
Yeah, I think I also kind of predict that this game is going to be one that's going to be won on trades. It's going to be very chaotic in the fights. And I say this because none of the teams have a hard scan or recon. Normally when you have these double controllers, you have a scan or something you can wallbang through a lot of these things. But both teams don't have that. Both teams also both have a Sage for the slow. And both teams have two controllers, which are the same, the Viper and the Brimstone. So imagine you're going to be playing into all these smokes with all these line of sight blocking things. And there's no scan whatsoever. You just have the one Trailblazer and the Boombot to clear things in smokes. If not, you can literally just play close angles in this map.
Can be incredibly terrifying for a lot of our players here. And wow, the Boombot play for bind. Have I not seen that in literally every iteration of bind, right? Hey, just a bit of a footnote here. We did talk about Sage. Again, Sage does have strategic value if you're a pro player. If you're not a pro player, just don't pick Sage. Just don't pick Sage.
Sage is good.
Sage, this is Sage
Plant the
slander
bomb, you
coming
know?
from me right now. Yeah. Wow, you are so good at this game. I'm
Planting
kidding,
the
guys.
bomb is part of the game.
Play
half the
whatever you
battle.
want to play. Absolutely it is. But just to spin my message, play whatever you want. They're probably irritating a lot of people as Comics is going to find the best of Eugene S with that paint shell, halting that plant. But we did mention that there's going to be so much utility in the way. It's like they don't want to fight each other. As Disrupt does get that first shot, but Toss is still so clean with it. Kelly S eventually gets the trade, but a man disadvantage on Encore still.
Still is one thing they have to deal with. They have to still break the wall, but now they're in the smoke. Will they swing this out together? The flash does come through for Kelly S. He does get slightly blinded. Eventually, now left in his 1v3 is all up to all you. He gets the first contact peak, but does not able to land the shot. Just a bunch of trades coming from his teammates to secure the round. And I think it's going to be the same story for the succeeding rounds. It's going to be a lot of utility, but no information, or no reliable information at least. So it's going to be a lot of people playing in smokes, trying to get picks.
Do you see why Bind is such a great map? Bind is the greatest map of all time, guys. Again, we talk about how that round went, and I will have to fully agree with Fluff that this is definitely going to be the running theme here. As we see the Stinger come out on the side of Sky Encore here, a deceptively powerful weapon, to be honest with you.
Oh,
It's like...
play again though.
Huh?
The Boombot play again though.
Yeah, iconic, apparently. Iconic. And as you mentioned, there's so much deterrence here. What do we do, guys? Well, again, they're going for the mix here that they might just stay to pull as much attention as they can. But look at the aggression on the side of AA. In the smokes, Aryu gets a trade. That's going to be a little annoying on the side of A. They're not gonna have enough vision walking in comparison to having both Viper and Brim alive, but wow, it doesn't really matter. We actually see a contact play. And RU gets that plant
Spike
uncontested.
planted.
Corazon and one more player on the side of ATH, which is gonna be Toss. Put into the clutch yet again.
Toss, we've seen him come out of it on top before, but speaking of on top, looks like Kelly Ass will be on top of his wall. Will Toss expect it? Just going to check the close corners right here. Has the Spectre available, but the time's already ticking down. One downside to this composition is that your retake potential is really weak once you start losing a bunch of key agents, and right now they only have this. Oh, but the anti-flash actually falls short as he has to stare into that bird, and the double swing does try to go in. RU eventually lands one. Oh, do you see?
Quick break.
No, that was the Guardians of Galaxy strat. If I move so slow, you know what? I actually forgot how
He
that
turns
line
invisible.
went, but yeah, unfortunately this time the cloaking did not work. Not timely at least. But I feel like this could potentially be this lineup, at least this agent comp on both sides. It can be incredibly uninteractive. You know, again, so many things coming your way. Oh, look, I'm getting mollied to death. Oh, snake bite. Oh, a slow orb. I'm having the greatest time of my life playing this game.
It is actually very non-interactive because when you think about it, the counter sometimes, is yourself. And because every player here has their doppelganger on the opposing team, if you slow the choke so that the attackers can't attack, then they'll just slow you back. If they flash you, you can counter flash. Or you can literally trade the same neutral. If you wall up to plant the bomb, they can wall up behind your wall. It's just if they're there at the right place at the right time, there's a lot of things that they can do that are comparable that can just ruin your momentum. I don't know if they plan to do this, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. It's part of the game, and honestly, it is still absolutely high level play. You know what I mean? As much as utility can be incredibly annoying, this is still the game being played at the highest level. But I feel like this is a problem that we really see a lot on Bind, because we see a lot of mirror matches happen on Icebox. It doesn't necessarily come down to this level of zoning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think just because of how the map is designed, one nice thing about Valorant in general, like this is just a bigger point, but one nice thing about Valorant in general is at the end of the day, your agent is just your unique utility. And depending on the map, a lot of agents are marginally stronger than others. And on Bind, it just so happens that it's generally these agents. Maybe you swap out the Sage, maybe you swap out the Viper, but the other three are pretty much staples on this map.
They're staples,
Not a
yeah.
lot of flexibility unless you're very, very creative, which we've seen from other teams locally and internationally. But if you're talking about let's join an open qualifier, let's practice as a team, what is something we pretty much all know what to play, what is the bare bones basic, it's gonna look something like this. So I'm kind of not surprised in a way that both of them have ended up with this composition.
Oh yeah, again, they're marginal differences, right? And I'm glad that you also approach the game with a pretty open mind, that you play whatever you want. It's gonna be effective as long as your impact is going to be felt, right? But again, we're really aiming for the top 1%, the top 0.1% of play here. So kind of have to go with the most optimal picks. It just so happens it's these comps for Vine. I mean, you could, as you mentioned, you could swap out the Sage, you could swap out the Viper. I feel like both Killjoy and Cypher work fantastically well on this map. But what would we replace the other agent? Maybe you could go double Innie. You could go for a Breach. You could go for a Sova even. Seen it time and time again. You can honestly go for a KO also. Just, again, clog up as many lanes as you possibly can.
I think at the end of it, it doesn't super matter which you choose. It's more of the point you brought up earlier, which is if you have the impact, if it has impact, if it works for you, then it works.
Go for it. Yeah. Again, I like to gripe about Bind. Bind is just the map I despise playing. It's, you know.
You like it better than Lotus? I mean, you like Lotus better than Bind?
Lotus.
Okay.
I love Lotus. Well, I'm loving Lotus so far. You know, it's.
I think I've
feel
lost
like
every game on Lotus so far.
It's okay. It's okay. You're learning. You know, it's
True,
better.
we're all
in the long
learning
run.
together.
Yeah, we are all learning together, guys. We're never losing. Smile.
Yeah, but one thing that I'm sure that, at least in this game for this series, that one of the teams is learning is how do we play our rounds? Because I mentioned it way earlier into the broadcast about how one advantage that AA has is there's no pressure on them, because if they do well, then great. And if people expect them to lose or not do as well, then it could be kind of a relief, like, oh, it doesn't really matter. But now they're a game down, and they have to win this one to keep their dreams alive. So there is now whatever they had before, but with the pressure. And in a way, SE is now the team that's kind of relieved, because now they have like a 2/3 chance to maybe win one of the maps.
Wow, he brought up the 2/3. You see, if you have a 60 points, yeah, we were getting to that point here. We're absolutely bring up every single thing. But yeah, again, the mental pressure is very, very real. It's very palpable, to be honest with you. We haven't really seen too much of the second map play out, but you can already see that some of the players are a little more hesitant with some of the plays here. Some are going for things that I feel like are out of character. Again, playing in smokes, pushing a lot of smokes. But I think at this point in time, we'll just kind of have to hold on to our thoughts, because we are going to go for a short break, guys. Once again, my name is Raf. That beautiful man over there is Fluffy. We will be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hello, guys, and oh, excited.
Okay, and we're back. We were too excited for that one after a little break that we had. Unfortunately, one of the players had an issue where he disconnected, so we're going to be moving on forward with the match by replaying the second round. What are your thoughts of how you think they're going to take it a bit differently now that they kind of know what's going on, Raf?
I mean, I think we had a bit of a discussion here. Even if that swing did happen, I feel like the variables were definitely in the favor of the attacking team. Despite, again, if he ever got that swing, I think it was Corazon, right?
Yeah,
even if Corazon got that swing there, I feel like it would have been a little too dicey to handle because I think there was still a ready flash available waiting for him. But in any case, are they gonna take this round the same way? I feel like there's always gonna be that question, right? Because this is a bit of a freebie. But then again, it's actually Sky Encore who won the pistol round, I believe, and I think it was Athens Apollo who went for the Force. So that being said, with a Force versus an SMG upgrade, I think it's still pretty even. So could go either way, honestly, no matter how they approach this.
How they'll approach this is going to be a very, very interesting question. You know, on one hand, you can opt to do the same thing and hope that the same thing happens if you're on the winning side of things, or you could play it a bit differently or even bait your previous strategy. So there's got a lot of options for both teams coming into this one. So I'm very excited to see it as we move on to Bind.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of, now that you've mentioned it, there's going to be quite a few ways to deceive the opposing team here. But yes, we are going to be jumping right back into the action here. You know, Fluff, I was just really enjoying our strat talk with, again, the more complex maps, with Lotus being pretty much open-ended at this point with no consensus of what is the effective composition here and whatnot. But here we go. We are going to see the iconic Boombot yet again. My goodness.
Yep, staple strategy here on the Bind map, as well as this Molly coming in actually from the long range. This time around, we get to see how it's going to be played. It looks like the attacking team are going to go for the tried and tested strategy, but this time around, Corazon is able to get the opening frag and burned by the Molly. Ryu gets taken down. Disrupt answers and replies with a Sheriff kill, and Kelly S is now going to be able to secure sight for them. Going to spam out the smokes just to make sure that everything is clear, but now we're into that 3v3 post-man scenario.
As I mentioned, we were head in the clouds with the strat talk, but we'll be grounded back to Bind here. Nash is not going to have a fun time swinging into this. They were prepping a double swing here, but I don't think he knows that one is playing close. Oh, and not great timing here. Kelly S still gets one for his troubles. And once again, the toss-up continues. A clean 2v2 here. The heal is going to come to the way of Toss. And now both of them are going to be leaning towards an elbow take. They do get peppered down here. Kelly S absolutely going wild. Gets a third and Disrupt, finishing off his Viper Mirror. And there we go. It's as if the rollback never happened. 1-1.
1-1 indeed. And as we move on to the official third round of this game, you see here on the replay, Corazon able to get that opening frag. A great use of utility from Nash, slowing one player to isolate the Sky. At the end of it, they just close out the rounds with some simple gunplay. And moving on to the third round, we have the gun, so we can see it looks like AA will be on a save round. Sheikah, though, on the Brimstone, going to be forcing out that Sheriff. Might not have enough util next round, but will have the firepower this round. The iconic strategy of Eugene S going to line up right there. Lineup tutorial on top of the little tentacle on the top of the point, just so that the Boombot fully clears the right side of Hookah, which actually is a lot of value as there are two players already waiting for it. Disrupt might walk in the trap thinking it was cleared, and Eugene S just wraps around.
Huh, interesting there. They will, however, not escape unscathed, as Toss has been so efficient with this classic. Finds Disrupt. And this could still go in, well, never mind, as... Wow. Just to make sure that they don't rise up and turn into zombies here. Rabbit very, very fearful of that possibility. But in any case... Oh my goodness, I feel like I sidetracked off my original point there. I was just about to say, actually, if you've been playing Valorant the whole two years it's been out, and you've been playing duels, and you don't know that Boombot lineup, what are you doing? Like, honestly, what are you doing?
Well, in fairness, now you don't need to, because if you're at home playing in your ranked games, this is out of the rotation for now. We get to see other maps just like Lotus. So if you're a Bind or if you're against Bind as much as you are like Wrath, then you know it's a happy day for you. Eugene S just happy hopping into this, but Toss eventually shuts down his dream. Comics also the reply kill into Kelly S, but Disrupt is going to be able to trade his teammate. The smokes are already down for the attacking side, but again, both teams do have 2 smokers available. Disrupt gonna put that Viper Spit, gonna try to go for a more open plant, hoping to not get spammed out here. The revive does come out as well from the side of AA. The spray to try to get some damage up onto that revive player does fall through, but now control secured already for the attackers up onto the U-Haul, as well as the Viper Spit, and the rest of the round will now be up onto AA's control.
That's right, and we already have a player in Sky Encore playing for lineups here. It's going to be the Brimstone, prepping that Molly and acting as an anti-flank. Double purpose, Rabbit with the Judge gets one. Comics gets the reply kill. As you mentioned, Disrupt will fall. But AA, they seem to have a pretty decent hold of this. RU has been forced to push out a little bit closer, but what a spray transfer! Oh my goodness. Time is ticking. Nobody's sticking. And wow, I think that's... Oh man, I was wrong.
Not enough time. But RU, such a hero attempt there. Very smart. He didn't even care that much of his life. He knew that the way to secure the round right now, the only winning chance that they have is if they kill the person who tapped or is defusing the spike. And he did manage to do that, but sadly for him, it wasn't enough. You see here how Toss gets that opening kill. Rabbit picks up the Judge, is able to get one before he gets wrapped around in RU again with a beautiful spray down up onto the planter after he takes out the enemy pushing him. Now that we're in the 4th round, though, a lot of judges coming up this time around on the side of AA. It looks like they're going to abuse the double controllers on both teams to play a lot of close range. With the lineup already coming in. Sound strategy from Eugene S.
I can't help but smile now that I see that. It just really dawned upon me that we have seen that so many times. Like, it's insane, right? But I feel like you talked about win conditions here. We have aggression on the side of Sky Encore they have to deal with. Zappets have followed. I think they may just be stuck here. Kelly S playing with fire. But that is going to be very, very beneficial for them. Teleporter control sees the way. And it does look like AA. Rotating back towards A. Now they decide to leave that Brimstone as an anchor. But the double fake out is going to, at the very least, give them space, even though they went in a full circle. I'm really curious how you're supposed to seize momentum in a mirror match like this.
Well, they tried to go for a read right there. They forced out the Viper Spit on the defensive side, and now they're just working up onto B long, trying to get even more space. They have to assume that there's at least one player now playing in the backside, but actually it's in Chub. Shiga does have the Judge, gets one, knows that there's another player close off the plant. He's going to try to go for the swing, but RU just too quick on the trigger. Now in this 2v3, 2v4 actually, with the Resurrection coming out from the side of SE. They have the Orbital Strike available as well to force out anything, and a good post plant with the mana advantage is almost a checkmate position for this team. AA will need a miracle right now, pushing through all its utility as well as that Viper smoke, which with the decay itself is going to be so much, and Kelly S securing that. It's going to be a lot of trouble for Toss, but we've seen him try to claw himself out of the situation, but it's not going to be enough as Kelly S eventually just secures this round.
And that was also, I believe, a res expended on the side of Athena Apollo there. I could be wrong though, but in any case, yeah, now that you mentioned it, reads have to be the name of the game here, and on one hand, if a read goes well, you're gonna feel so good. On another hand, if it doesn't, you just feel like you're gambling when you're trying to go for all these big swings here. As once again, a mirror match provides no real tactical advantage. It does look like, as you mentioned, Sky Encore, they want to leverage towards this B side, maybe use it as a bit of a conditioning tool. But you can already tell that quite a bit of utility is being funneled through that teleporter yet again.
Yeah, this time around, though, defensive sides are going to make themselves known on the A side, pushing out completely, and they know that B side's already taken, so it's going to be up to Corazon here with a classic to play his life. He's already telling his team that the spike is being planted. Rabbit is going to get another ultimate point there on the Sky, and it's going to be a 5v5 retake. SE, though, has the Orbital Strike available as well as some lineup potential, but they are playing inside, so at least if you're going to get something off the defenses, you know that there are like some positive thing from them. They do have that pincer maneuver, maybe even get some more value getting exit frags if they can, not just win the round straight up.
I love that ping. It's just, he's over here, guys. I can't do much about it, and oh my goodness, Corazon actually gets slayed for
his troubles. And I guess we weren't really expecting too much variance in this round. Not a lot of weapons on the side of Athena Apollo here, or Athens Apollo. My goodness, getting confused here just a little bit. But AA, they are going to be fighting with full strength going on into this round. That was a bit of a mess there happening at Hookah. And now it seems that Sky Encore, they want to go for a different layout here on the offensive side, putting a little bit more pressure towards Shower.
A bit more pressure towards Shower. It's a good place to hold, especially if you know the attackers are going to be taking a short a lot, so it's going to be good use of resources there. We see the Boombot lineup going to be coming in. I can see it on the minimap. Tried and tested, never fails. But on the other hand, Boombot's going to spot out a Rabbit. They know that there is at least one player now playing outside Showers. Looks like A is going to be secure. Rabbit's going to try to go for more pressure, but as they do that on the other side of the map, you see that the Sage Wall is already being broken down. Eugene S set up with a crossfire, maybe waiting for them to peek out as Nash is trying to defend Hookah with his life. They have no flash for him. His teammates are on the opposite side, so he's just going to choose to fall back behind the Viper wall.
Yet again, we will have to look at the game be slowed down to a crawl here, as a lot of utility, especially with the site that the Viper is anchoring. Toss is going to have a great time just cycling through all the charges of the orb. But they're still so incredibly wary of a lurk on the A side that none of them have really reinforced B. As soon as I mentioned that, we do see a minor rotation here, just an additional body. It could be enough though, because they do have orbital the orbital strike if they ever choose to do it. And there we go. What does it find though? Just gives them a little bit of space, so Kelly S and Nash can isolate the fights. And my goodness, the waterfall just does not succeed here. Only Disrupt remains alive from that endeavor. A 3v2 still though. Disrupt gets incinerated slightly. Now they are gonna try and find RU. Wow, actually finding both at the most convenient of times. AA now have a third round on the board.
A great retake coming out from them, forcing out a lot of the players to utility. The orbital strike actually proving a lot of value. It gave at least one kill to his teammates. Unfortunately, it wasn't two. If you see the replay here, right here, the waterfall, as you mentioned, didn't fall out correctly, or at least in the way that they thought it would. But at the end of it, it is another round for AA. It's good for their momentum. And if we look at the scoreboard, it's a lot of teamwork coming out for them. A lot of, you can see with even with the frags, with almost all the members having the same amount of kills on AA or ATH, it's really a team effort from them.
Yes, it is a team game after all, Fluff. I
True.
would have never known if you had not pointed out the obvious. I have a very firm grasp of it now. Amazing.
You're welcome.
In any case, guys, no truer words have been spoken. As yet another hit. You know, honestly, like, they have been doing a good job of shuffling the utility
Holy.
here, despite Corazon getting one. Eugene S still succeeds into breaking this site. I was about to say that AA is doing such a great job of changing who's holding what site. Now, even though they're down one person, SE is suffering the same problem here. So once again, we are going to be staring each other down here, waiting for something to happen. And that is just going to be smokes upon smokes. Chica does not need to find Kelly S, not least visually, to kill him. Rabbit gets the trade. And a 3v3 at hand. Disrupt gets an important kill, gets a second. Nobody else to stake the plant but Toss. But Toss has been a beast of the clutch, and he proves it one more time. But is there enough time? Absolutely not, as RU plays his cards a little bit differently than the last time we saw him on a short.
A little shaky on the post, man, if I'm being honest. Congratulations for them for winning the round, but SE, you know, the molly comes in, your teammate's still peeking the molly, just a little rough around the edges maybe, but in, you know, high pressure situations like this, it's better to be safe than sorry after all. If you look at their little replay, you can see that Raze goes for the kill, but good on Corazon, in fairness, for taking out that Raze from doing even more damage. Disrupt trying to get more value. He gets two, but at the end of this 1v1, at the end of it, SE eventually does supersede that round. Now 3-5, it looks like the defenders are going to go to push out, but this time around they're going to run to majority of the attackers. They have the angle though, they're able to get one. The wall going to be able to stall out the push as well as the Sage though, but the Viper's Pit looking like it's going to be a corner plant already to get more space. They have to push into all this damage, even with the not Trailblazer, but the Sky utility pushing out. It's a lot of things to tank to just walk into the side. It does give ATH the opportunity to flank though.
As you mentioned, there's a lot of deterrence on the site, and they're not going for the commit plant just yet. Maybe AA have a good read on the situation. If I say so myself, it could be a bit of a gamble on the side of Sky Encore. They both have res available. It's just not in a convenient location that Sky Encore want to risk. They're really playing bodyguard on the corpse, I would say. And they finally commit that spike down. What is going to be the next move here? Because as I mentioned, that res is still up. Are they going to try and realign with, themselves with a 5-man advantage, or are they just going to wait it out for AA? And there you go. A lot of things being tagged here. Disrupt gets one. He gets everybody. That's a third. Corazon left alone with 2 HP. He has to wait for that decay to come back up, but Kelly S is too sharp, too good. And Eugene S puts a period on that sentence. And that's 3-6. A very convincing round. Very expensive one, though.
Very expensive, but considering ATH or AA was on their eco, I think they did a fairly decent job. They forced out the Viper's pit. They stalled out long enough, disrupted a beautiful 3K right here, almost even 4, maybe even 5 if he lives a bit longer. But unfortunately for him, AA though does go for the trades, and they also activate the tactical timeout. Looks like a lot of decisions for them to make, no?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, man. If only I had 600 HP, I'd probably ace.
True,
But
every
everybody is every round, absolutely every round. 600 HP, no problem. But the timeout once again, I actually like that AA takes timeouts the way they do, because I feel like a lot of the teams that are participating in open qualifiers, or just a lot of teams in general, do not utilize the pause properly. I just feel like sometimes they do it too late, sometimes they do it too early. But I feel like ATH, hey, we've identified the problem in this push or in this hold. Maybe let's try and make corrections here now.
True. It's very important to take a break, take a breather, and readjust, especially if you feel like you don't have the time to do it in round. You don't necessarily have to use attack pause to come up with some kind of grand strategy that's going to win your game. Sometimes it could be just simply to give your team some momentum back and to give them simple reminders of how to not throw.
A guide on winning on Valorant. Oh, written by Fluffy02.
Just don't
How
throw.
to not throw. Just don't throw. And with that advice, guys, you'll be on your way to Radiant in no time.
True. Oh, it's very cheeky Sage Wall coming in from Nash, holding the off angle above. Our standard boom bot's going to be clearing out Hookah, as Rabbit's going to play the far angle this time. Very smart of him, though. If he walked any closer, he might have been punished there by the AA Death Squad waiting. But it looks like he's going to regroup with his teammates as they walk into Hookah. Here it comes. Oh, no, he doesn't. Is he going to choose to bring out the boom bar? He's not using the lineup. Impossible.
What year is this? Or what alternate reality? What sick reality is this? Just waiting for this slow so they can get a proper launch pad on this spearhead towards B. The time is running out. Toss is in a very committed position, Fluff. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen if he doesn't get that trade or that fight in his favor. And Eugene S is going to set an example of him.
I don't know if he predicted the second satchel, not knowing that Eugene only had one, but he landed in such an awkward spot that I don't think he was prepared. But as they say, that another spot is cleared. Nash gets taken out. Rabbit, the double swing from the help of his teammates, already ready. Ready, flash comes out, but oh no, Kelly S doesn't land the shot that he needs. Eugene S is trying to make it more, and there's still space. Oh no, it didn't fully clear the corner, allowing SE to just swing out, facing the two players head on. Now one player remaining, not a lot of time. The spike already burning down as well. Just unfortunate for AA. I think that was retakeable, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, they did have quite a number of utility in their back pocket, and I honestly thought with that flash, and I think it was Kelly S whiffing the shot, that would have been so doable. But again, there's just so much variance in Valorant in general that it is so hard to predict the outcome of these rounds sometimes, despite things looking like, oh, this should be a clear 80-20, whatnot. But with a suffering economy, what can AA do now? And there you go. Balance has been restored. The universe is at peace.
Oh no, this is what they can do. They can just W key up on the B long as AA and the whole team go for more. Even the blast pack gets one. Sheikah now going for the reposition. They have all the ultimates aside from the orbital strike available. Disrupt now in a 1v3. We've seen him do it before on the previous map on Pearl. He's one of the best controllers that we have, a very veteran player indeed, using all his might and game sense. Lands the first kill onto Sheikah, also going to go for the molly to isolate even more angles. He's expecting the repeat already, but AA playing it so safe, giving him so much space to breathe, but still so much time on the clock. 1 minute. Where will he choose to go? If he backs up here, up onto the cave side, Sage is already there and waiting. They already need to know at least that he can't be on B as Viper's playing it. So in the mind of Disrupt, with not much utility left, he can only fake with a wall, which I think is too far away. It's going to be just a straight up old-fashioned gunfight. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Toxin is low, but so is the time. He has to clear all these angles really quickly. He has no information whatsoever. The pressure is on. Will he be able to find the enemy Viper on this site? Will he think, maybe he's in backside or in the common corner on the right side pocket? Trying to go for a sneaky play. Oh, what does he know? Yes, Toss eventually just secures the round. A very close range ADS shot to the dome. Take out Disrupt. A very aggressive push coming out of ATH.
You know, with that like last 2-man hold, I feel like ATH could have overplayed that round to hell, but they didn't. And I really like that patience from them despite being down a considerable amount. It is going to be a side swap very, very soon. So that res and that Viper Spit is definitely going to be expended here. The question is how. It does look like, I think this is Toss wanting to just shut down a short here. Maybe potentially just denying control over the teleporter and whatnot. As the flashes are going to be exchanged in 2 different parts of the map here. So both Sky Encore and Athens Apollo not really giving a clear indication of what they want to do on, or rather on this round. Instead, they just kind of want to work the control just bit by bit.
Bit by bit, inch by inch, and round by round. That is the game plan. With 1 round remaining, Kelly S opens it up by taking out Onyx already, taking control a bit of Showers. The delay does come out from the defensive side, but I think it's too little too late. It's just a wasted slow at this point. They do have the resurrection available, and they might need it as Aryu already removes 2. The math won't add up even with the res. Nash is going to play for his life right here. He's going to get the first kill off the Kelly S for himself. Manages to get the second. If he has the resurrection, he'll get the third, but Disrupt such in a good corner. But no, Nash swings out wide. He'll get the res.
We still have Orbital Strike here if they choose to commit it, but just a little too late here. What? Eugene S, hello? Turning the tides yet again, looking to be the heartbreaker, looking to play the villain in the story of ATH. Would have been a hell of a clutch, but Tomix comes in and annihilates his fellow duelist. However, he is going to be quite damaged from that exchange, and it's up to Aryu yet again. He has found himself in a lot of late round situations, and it doesn't need to be a low HP one either. That was a clear shot to the gray matter of Tomix. And Athens Apollo, oh dear, not looking too good coming into this half. This is literally one big swing away from falling out of their hands.
Yeah, they came into this series with a lot of potential. They showed what they are made of, but now that the pressure is on and their backs are against the wall, this is their last chance. This is their last half to win the map and bring some life back to the series that they know that they can win. But SE is just playing to stop that plan from even happening.
My goodness. Again, the round lead here, and the way that rounds have been spread out is that Sky Encore have just been out adjusting Athens Apollo here. I feel like that's the honest truth. They still have quite a bit of fight in them. Again, this is a reset point. This can quickly turn on its head as quickly as it could potentially end, right? As Corazon is going to expand that Trailblazer to just clear out lamps here. And now we have Eugene S going for a more aggressive posture. And as I mentioned, right, when you anticipate like a Showers flank, it just makes your position so awkward. Look at where Toss is, but this could be such a great play if it works out, but the 1-for-1 is there. At the very least, they get just ample information, but they do lose that Viper, so that is going to hurt the post plant quite a bit, as Eugene S has already found himself towards short, but would also find the end of Nash's barrel here. They are going to try and just break through that ice, that barrier orb. Disrupt cannot land a shot here, but everything is falling apart for Athens Apollo.
Oh my god, what a beautiful retake. I feel like Athens Apollo was just trying to play for time, spamming out the smokes, but the moment one or two of them had to reload, the instant recognition of that fact that there is an opening, and SE just took that opening and exploited it, able to land the multi-kills that they needed to secure the round. As we look at the replay, Toss gets the frag on the opposing Viper, pivotal kill. Nash even gonna go reply, but this swing off the reload and the trades coming in from Rabbit and Ryu are just insane teamwork right there, coming out the veterancy of SE.
I like that, you know, despite the first few exchanges really not happening, or rather swing the way of SE. Once again, composure is such a big thing, and the god of the sun here on the side of AA has to kind of shine bright here, because this is looking awfully stormy, awfully cloudy for AA, as Sky Encore, they try to hold off this control. Beautiful anti-flash here, beautiful swing by Eugene S, and everybody gets demolished here. And this is by far one of the most perfect second rounds we've seen throughout the day. No losses, barely any damage, nothing, completely flawless.
Completely flawless indeed, and Eugene S securing 4 out of 5 of those, displaying the very classic bait and switch up onto B long, his teammate with the ready flash and him on the ready swing, giving him time to cross. It's just an unexpected angle. That's good teamwork in general, and with Eugene S's insane aim, as we see here on the replay, just very clean shots coming out from him. And the Bulldog translating into the third round, meaning that it's a stronger buy into the opposing buy round.
Speaking of stronger buys, I feel like the Guardian is so incredibly underrated. It scales so well throughout the rounds, and it's just absolutely lethal. I feel like just the margin for error is so low, right? As Kelly S will have no fear and no qualms of taking that Vandal away from Toss. A little uncharacteristic there, I would say, Fluff, because Toss is usually the one in the super late round situation. So to see him push here means that AA, they're experimenting quite a bit with their approach now.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to react quickly enough. And fortunately for Kelly S, the instant upgrade, especially now that I think the rifles are more put close together, the economy close together as well, with the SE leading. These are the pivotal rounds that you have to step up if you're in AA's position. Now another classic tactical Rabbit with a spray through the smoke just takes out one player. It gets harder and harder for ATH to complete their plan. On the upside, though, they still have a Duelist, Initiator, and Smoker on their team, so they can do something with it. But with 40 seconds on the clock, it's kind of predictable of where they're going to be. Eugene S not even falling after peeking like that, getting info with the boom bot. The nade's going to do some damage as well. 30 seconds on the clock. Not much time for them to actually move around the map. Kelly S getting another one. The mollies even forcing out the space. SE so clean these past 2 rounds. A double flawless.
Again, this is the stamina that really separates a newer team and a team that has been through many bouts, right? They just seem so composed, and I feel like they are willing to just extend this gap as much as they can. Again, another timeout here by AA. Very well done. I feel like it could have come sooner, to be honest with you, before the snowball could have started. But at the same time, this is still, hey guys, a reminder that, hey, you know, we've made it this far. We could potentially make it farther. Just cool it down a little bit. Because some of those overextensions, as I mentioned in the previous rounds, have really cost them a lot of important utility.
Yeah, a lot of important utility. And on the upside for SE, the way they've been using it the past 2 rounds, I feel like if they continue to do it in the same way, not just using it to stall out the round, but using it to allow their teammates to peek off or to clear an area, just remove an angle from anyone's mind, just is a good way to start securing at least map control. And if they keep doing it the right way, 2 rounds possibly can separate them from qualifying back into the VCT.
Man, it has been a long road, still a long road to go for a lot of these teams, but that is so incredibly enticing to qualify for the VCT. And in any case, this is definitely going to be looming in the back of minds, in the back of the minds of our players here. What is Sky Encore going to do in this round? It seems like it's still going to be a very default spread. They haven't really changed anything up in their defensive layout. They will get that orb up for Kelly S, and none of this has gone really punished.
Oh, this could go so bad. If he peeked
Yeah.
into it a bit wider, but Disrupt is able to fall back off the timing. Kelly S, this wall has so much delaying power. It stalls out the round so much. They know that one player is close. Will he go for the spray? It breaks, but it doesn't land. He still has a gap to work with, but he's going to go for an aggression. He can get punished really hard here. He does try to go for the one, but Corazon lands it in the dome. He doesn't have the heal for himself, but thankfully for him, he does have a Sage ally to just fix him up a bit. Now in a 5v4, Atomics still trying to get more space. You mentioned the default earlier. It looks like on the opposite side, on the defensive side, they're going to go for the rotate now at 50 seconds.
That is still a lot of time to play with. No Sage, meaning not a lot of maintenance, or how do I put this? A lot of self-sustain really on the side of SE now, but they have really fought their way out of a disadvantageous situation. Eugene S, I don't think they're gonna be expecting him to be on top of APC here, and I am sorely mistaken as Nash spots him out. Rabbit going for an incredibly daring play here. The smoke is gonna dissipate very, very soon, I believe, but they will get that spike down. Goes for the flash here. Everybody avoids it except Tomix. My goodness, and Rabbit still gets a second one on Nash. They now have a firm hold on the spike, but Rabbit has found himself in a very, very precarious situation. Doesn't really matter though, as they've pretty much narrowed down all the defenders and funneled them towards the Shower's position. And oh no, Fluff. This is looking mighty, mighty hard for AA.
It is a tough mountain to climb, especially when you're facing opponents who are willing to make the plays like that. Rabbit putting his life on the line, going for the flash peek on a smoke, a sky smoke that could possibly dissipate at any moment. And because of his hero play, they just got the momentum back and cleared it enough time and enough space for them to secure the round.
You know, Fluff, as you mentioned earlier, they have to do this brick by brick, inch by inch. And you should know, you have a lot of inches. You're like 5'11" or something. You're really tall. And now we go back into the game here. Don't you dare chuckle. You know it's true that you're incredibly tall. I can hear you. Eugene S gets a beautiful, beautiful ult onto, once again, it's Toss. I feel like every time they lose Toss early, it's just not a good look for AA.
Yeah, but someone has to hold the flank, and unfortunately for Toss, the utility combined with the swing coming out from SE is just too much to handle. Now it looks like AA is going to commit to a site, but Disrupt already gets the angle and swats one down from the air. RU gets one as well, but Nash replies with a double. But at the end of it, Rabbit secures it. That qualifies them.
Oh my goodness.
They're back.
Like I said, in the blink of an eye, what happened? Sky Encore, congratulations. That was a very dominant way to end their matchup against AA. And mind you, a mirror match. Wow.
Yeah, with a mirror match, that means that it's only skill that really separates you. Skill and teamwork. And it proves today that the better team, at least for this series, is going to be Sky Encore. Congratulations to them for qualifying for VCT, especially knowing that a lot of them have been wanting to get back in a long time. And a lot of veteran players, we've said it multiple times, but if they deserve to be here, they deserve to be here. But also a good run from AA. It really, really shows if you look at the post screen.
I'm honestly like really wondering if I'm not mistaken, there's still a LB run for AA. Am I wrong? Again, if I am mistaken, do correct me. But in any case, wow, SE very, very proficient in those last few showings. And I feel like with just a little bit more fortitude and time, maybe AA could have done something about that big run towards the end of that map. But in any case, it is in the past now. We have to look forward, as I believe that is, as you mentioned, Sky Encore qualified, returning to VCT.
Yeah, I think that AA still have a chance of getting another shot at this. And if they've learned and if they apply a lot of the changes that they have from this game, we see the potential that they have. They are hungry for it. And if they are just fed the information and apply it, I think that they could make another really good run from it maybe tomorrow.
In any case, we are going to be checking out what really went wrong. I mean, again, there were so many positions where I feel like AA could have retaliated if the timing was just better. I feel like that slight lag between the responses on the trades, and you did mention that it's gonna be such a a focal point moving forward, right? That bind, and especially with a mirror match like this, is gonna come down to how quickly you can trade.
Yeah, I think one thing that SE did really well is they always swung with multiple people or they peeked off someone else's utility. I know it sounds very basic, but at the end of it, you know, you have to perfect the basics before you can do anything advanced. And with veteran players like these, it's almost muscle memory for them. AA, on the other hand, they have the aim and the individual performance. You mentioned of how Toss's impact is just so huge, and when he's lost early, it feels like they are missing that firepower potential that they could have in the later parts of the rounds. If he's not alone, if there's someone who can trade him, if he can be the one trading someone, these are small things that matter throughout the 2 minutes that you are in every round on the server.
Oh yeah, those 2 minutes feel like forever, especially when you are just counting the seconds of when the next fight might happen or how many bullets could have taken to, once again, win that duel out. But AA, they do have a bright future, I believe. I mean, once again, this is a team that not a lot of us are exposed to, and I think Nash was also one of the collegiate stars of his respective play. But veterancy and just the patience, as you mentioned, the basics really won the day for Sky Encore here. I mean, what else can we say, right? They were just trading as beautifully as they can. They were playing with their utility so sharp that it was really hard to find any, I guess, very blatant mistakes on there. And maybe that was pretty blatant. I don't think you should jump peek like that with the Vandal. I think that's the only one I can find off my immediate memory. But of course, it is Rabbit delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Yep, and well-deserved. Not only has he performed well on the server, he's clutched a couple rounds for his team as well on the latter map and even on the first map, a bunch of rounds for them too, but he's also been the leader, and which is a very hard thing to do. It's very hard to find a player that can actually lead, give the information, read the map, read how everything is going, but perform at the same time.
That's absolutely true. Sometimes you have to divide your attention if you want to be a, again, super frag heavy player or you want to be super cerebral, but Rabbit has found that perfect balance, at least in that series, and the benefits have been enormous. It's propelled them so far ahead. And also to credit everybody else on that SE roster, none of them have really underperformed all throughout.
True, I'd have to agree with you there. I think we've seen each player have their own moment in this series. It's a quick, not even a quick 2-0, but it's a very grueling 2-0, if I may be honest. Even on the scoreboard, it might reflect that, you know, especially in the second game, how one team might be on a big round differential. The actual how the rounds played up were very tooth and nail, very close.
Absolutely. And again, guys, sometimes it's just so hard to call on who's gonna dominate who's gonna be, or rather who has the clear leg up on whichever team. In any case, that's why we watch. That's why VCT is so beautiful, because it's times like this where it is so fun to bring this to light. You know, teams like the very new AA really giving a run for their money. But still, again, congratulations to Sky Encore. I mean, what else have we really talked about? We've griped about Bind. We've seen the strategic value of the teleporters. We've seen pretty much like everything that we could show on a, hey guys, if you want to learn how to play this map as a team, I feel like that would have been a very good benchmark, that series at least.
Yeah, I think for me, moving forward, congratulations to SE. I'm excited to see, we've seen the basics that they can do with the trading and everything, but what they can do as a team moving on to the quote-unquote Premier Bigger League here for the VCT PH, the one that everyone's trying to vie for these qualies. But I'm also very excited to see how AA will adapt moving forward into this event. They still have a chance, and if they can take that shot, and if that shot lands, then it will be another great story to add into VCT of how they'll maybe even get the revenge of being pushed into the lower bracket this time around. But that's all going to be up to their hands. It's going to be in how well they adapt and how well they practice, because at the end of the day, it's a team game. I think that they have a bunch of cool strategies. I like the Yoru on Pearl. I like the Breach and double controllers on both maps. But on the other hand, maybe take a step back and work on the fundamentals, because these are the things that matter, and you can do all the big brain stuff, which I personally enjoy more later on.
I thought you were gonna tell people that there is a certain way you can find Fluffy in all of his lineups. It's right there. You know, every time we get introduced, it's right there. Go click that link. If you want to get better at the game, if you want to do all that big brain stuff, just do it. Just do it. You know, before I met Fluffy, I was like Iron 47. Now I'm like Radiant -3 or something. You know
Iron
what I mean?
47. There's
I
a
don't know,
rank tier for Iron.
But you know what? Those might be imaginary numbers, but the real numbers here are on the bottom left of your screen. You read that right. Only 9 pesos for your first month for Grab Unlimited. So go ahead, guys. Do that. Buy everybody you love food, including us, of course. You love us, you know? Yeah. I would like to have some chicken right now. Maybe even steak. What do you want, Fluff?
Chicken will be nice, but what else? What else is fun to order? I actually like ordering desserts, man. Have you
You're
tried
not
ordering
wrong, honestly.
desserts?
Absolutely, a lot
to
of
find.
times.
You craving
Not on
something?
Grab. Dude, not on Grab. That's why you have to scan that QR, because you're never gonna have a hard time finding literally anything you want. Am I craving anything? Did Fluffy ask me that? Huh. I don't know, honestly. I've been on a fairly strict diet lately, so you can go on those cheat days, guys. Go ahead. Grab is right there. Well, in any case, as excited as we are again, Fluff, I think we might be looking at the brackets.
Yeah, and as we see today, we end the day with Puggers going 2-0 against SRD, and in the match we just casted, Athens Apollo falls to Sky Encore Esports. Both teams now qualified for VCT. Again, that is Puggers and Sky Encore Esports qualified for VCT PH Stage 1. But for tomorrow, there's a lot of different matches that you can look forward to. We see Athens Apollo playing against Game Lab Alpha, a very difficult team, an opponent who's grinded out the lower bracket. But also on the other side of it, we also have SR Dragons playing against Abaddon Abyss. And this team is very interesting. They lost their first match for the qualies, but ever since they've grinded out and they have won every single match. And if they continue that streak, they're just a couple games away from qualifying as well.
I mean, that's a match that I am looking forward to for no particular reason. Again, this is going to be a stylistic clash. Just a little bit of a preview. We've seen the Dragons, arguably, though, not performing very well today. Not to discredit, of course, the Puggers, who have been amazing. But I feel like stylistically and ideally, the Dragons, they're very measured as a team. Whereas I would say Abaddon as a signature is a super firepower heavy. They are going to find as many fights, and obviously they might just get away with a lot of them. But what about you, Fluff? Any certain matchups you're looking forward to?
For me, I want to see AA play again. I mean, I like how they think out of the box, but if they just tone it down and maybe work on a bunch of their fundamentals, there's still a lot of time before their matches tomorrow. That it'll be really good for them, and I hope that for SRD they show the potential that I think a lot of people are expecting from a roster like that. You know, there's a bunch of household names and local lords, as you mentioned earlier, Coined, in the VCT realm. So if anyone can make it back, honestly, it's a toss-up from any team. But just to repeat, for Game 1 tomorrow, we have ATH versus Glab, and for Game 2, we have SRD versus ABBA.
I feel like the matches we have tomorrow are just not as clear-cut compared to today. I feel like despite I would call it an upset, right, against the Dragons, I feel like a lot of us would have agreed that, hey, maybe Dragons has a leg up here, but I think that's the biggest surprise. Tomorrow, I don't think that we're going to be agreeing on which team is going to take who, or at least we're going to be a lot more divided in terms of that.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a lot less clear-cut, and it's more of which team decides to show up in that game, in that round, in that match. And all the teams right now, they all know it's their last shot to get into stage 1 for groups, so they really have to make sure that that shot lands. They have to take that shot with full confidence, and it's going to be up to them to decide if they're going to show up or not.
There have been words that have been as blunt and as honest, and Fluffy really hit it on the dot right there. Basically, what he's saying is good luck to everybody tomorrow, because this could potentially be do or die for everybody else.
Yep. And with that, we will see you tomorrow. Again, I'm not Asurai, and I'm joined today by Raf, and we will see you on VCT Open Qualies Day 2 tomorrow.